He woke with a tune still lingering in his mouth, the kind that doesn't use words because it doesn't need them. And for a long breath he lay still and listened to the room listening back. It was a Tuesday in October, the colour of leaves just beginning to loosen their hold on summer, the sky so clean and blue it could have been rinsed in starlight. He could taste rain he hadn't yet met, feel the soft echo of someone else's tender sorrow, as if a stranger had set down their teacup on his nightstand and forgotten it there. Clarence drew the blanket to his chin and let the lingering dream move through him like a polite guest passing through a familiar house. The dream had belonged to an old woman he'd never met, sitting by a window in a house painted the colour of faded roses, watching snow fall on a garden where her husband had once grown tomatoes with the patience of someone who understood that the best things take time. In the dream, she was young again, her hands smooth and sure as she braided her daughter's hair before school, humming a song her own mother had sung in a language she'd almost forgotten. Clarence could feel the weight of her memories like smooth stones warmed by afternoon sun, each one carrying the gentle ache of all beautiful things that had passed but refused to be truly lost. This wasn't the first time something like this had happened, though he would only understand the pattern years later when the gift had grown large enough to cast its own shadow. The beginning came earlier, tucked into a night that felt like the world had paused to inhale and didn't exhale again for a very long time. The town still told stories about it the way small places do, passing the tale like warm bread from hand to hand until everyone could taste a little of the wonder. They said there was a grove of jasmine that bloomed in a valley where jasmine had no business growing, appearing after a summer storm that wandered in from the sea and wandered out again without apologizing for the magic it left behind. In the morning light, white flowers clung to every branch as though stars had fallen and decided to stay a while. The scent was not loud or sweet the way some flowers announce themselves to the world. It was a whisper, a lullaby remembered from a life before this one, soft enough to make the very air seem to glow with its own gentle light. Mira found him because she had a habit of walking that valley whenever her chest felt too tight and her house felt too full of echoes. She was a woman whose hands smelled of lavender and clean soap, whose voice carried the deep, resonant cadence of distant thunder after summer rain. She had lost her own baby 3 years earlier, and the whole town had watched her slowly rebuild herself from the scattered pieces, like a vase mended with gold thread, more beautiful for having been broken and choosing to heal. When she lifted the bundle from the soft earth in the center of that impossible grove, wrapped in what appeared to be moonlight itself but felt like the softest cotton anyone in Millbrook had ever touched, the quiet inside the jasmine settled into her bones like an old friend coming home. She was not a woman given to questions when the heart already knew its answers. She pressed her cheek against the baby's warm head and thought, "There you are," as if she had been looking for him all her life, without knowing what his face would be when she found it. She gave him a name that tasted like clear water and sounded like a small bell rung at exactly the right moment: Clarence. He grew from a swaddled hush into a watchful boy with eyes that kept remembering things he hadn't seen. When he was 2, he would sit at the window just before rain and hum to the rhythm of the first drops hitting the sill, even when the clouds were still gathering their courage on the other side of the hill. When he was 3, he patted the old dog's shoulder right where a storm of age ached beneath the greying fur, and the animal sighed with the relief of being understood by someone who didn't need explanations. They lived in a small house that always smelled like something comforting was about to come out of the oven. Mira made sandwiches that had more kindness than ingredients: soft bread, a sensible spread, Slices of tomato arranged as if laying them down gently would make the whole day go better. Clarence liked to eat them at the back steps, where sunlight pooled like honey, and the wind carried other people's thoughts past him like dandelion seeds. He didn't tell anyone about the thoughts. He didn't have words for them yet. He simply understood that the air sometimes held a weight that wasn't his. And when it did, he breathed a little quieter, like someone mindful of sleeping children. The first time he truly understood the shape of his difference was in the middle of a summer afternoon thick with cricket song and the drowsy hum of bees. He was 5 and napping in the garden, Mira dozing in her chair nearby with a book face down on her chest, when sharp voices cracked the peaceful air from down the lane. A neighbour's argument rose like sudden thunder, unfamiliar and harsh. Clarence stirred, then stilled. He opened his eyes and watched dust dance in a shaft of light, watched the world breathe around him. He took that breath into his small body and held it as carefully as if he were holding a newborn bird. When he let it go, it was slower than it had been before, gentler somehow. The air outside the house softened, and the voices softened too, not because the words changed, but because the anger had somehow misplaced its footing and forgotten how to stand quite so tall. He didn't know he had done anything. He only knew it felt like putting a cool cloth on a fevered forehead, like offering water to someone who hadn't realized they were thirsty. He rolled over and fell asleep again, and the crickets played on, and Mira's book rose and fell with her peaceful breathing. On this October morning, 20 years later, with the taste of someone else's dreams still sweet on his tongue, Clarence dressed carefully as if he were going to meet the day for the first time. The ordinary ritual felt different somehow. Socks, one then the other, the good sweater that didn't itch. He paused at the window, rested his palm on the cool glass, and felt the morning travel into his skin like a gentle current. Somewhere, not far and not near, he could sense the edges of other people's sleep-touched thoughts. A woman who smelled of citrus standing in her kitchen, trying to remember the first line of a song her father had sung while fixing the leaky tap. A child building towers and knocking them down over and over until the rhythm matched an ache too big for small words. A man whistling to his canary, and the bird, in a rare, generous mood, whistling back. He couldn't have told you how he knew any of this, and he wouldn't have tried. Some truths are better trusted than explained. He breathed in, breathed out, and let the knowing pass through him like morning light through curtains, gentle and undemanding. At breakfast, Mira smiled when he asked for extra tomato. He always did on clear days, and he took his sandwich to the back steps as he had since childhood. The neighborhood slid past in its familiar rhythm, the postman with his kind nod, the teacher with her bicycle, the boy from the end of the street whose shoelaces were never quite tied. Clarence bit into his sandwich and thought about how the way you stack small kindnesses matters. Not that any single one changes the weather, but together they make a shade where someone can rest when the day grows too bright or too heavy to carry alone. The dream from that morning had settled now, finding its way back to its rightful owner, like a letter finally reaching its intended address. But something of its sweetness lingered, a reminder that even in sleep we are never truly alone. The world is full of gentle mysteries, and sometimes, if you know how to listen with more than your ears, you can hear the quiet songs that connect one heart to another, one dream to the next, like an endless lullaby hummed just beneath the surface of all ordinary days. Somewhere in the distance, a church bell chimed the hour, and Clarence finished his sandwich, brushed the crumbs from his hands, and prepared to meet whatever gentle magic the day might bring. The morning stretched ahead of him like an unwritten page, and he was ready to help fill it with whatever small kindnesses the world might need. The morning carried him forward on its gentle current, and Clarence found himself walking the familiar streets with the unhurried pace of someone who understood that the best discoveries come to those who move through the world like water, present, attentive, but never forcing a path where one doesn't want to open. His hands rested easy in his pockets, fingers brushing against the smooth worrystone he'd carried since childhood, a small anchor that helped him stay tethered when other people's lost things called too loudly. It was near the corner of Maple and Third that he felt the first tug of the day, subtle as a change in air pressure before rain. Something small and brass caught the light from the gutter, half hidden beneath a scatter of amber leaves that had let go of their branches sometime in the night. A key, plain and honest, tied to a ribbon the colour of corn silk that had seen better days. When his fingers closed around it, the metal was warm despite the cool morning, and with that warmth came the gentle ache of something separated from its purpose. He didn't need to think about where it belonged. The knowing arrived like a remembered song. A green gate facing the narrow alley behind Peterson's grocery, third post from the left where the paint had bubbled once and been carefully sanded smooth. He could feel the house beyond the gate, modest and well-tended, where someone kept the heat low to save money, and a plant reached toward morning light from a kitchen window. The key hummed with the quiet anxiety of locked-out mornings and the relief of homecoming. Clarence made his way to the alley without hurry, enjoying the way his footsteps seemed to match some deeper rhythm in the day. The gate was exactly as the feeling had promised, green paint holding light like a leaf, the telltale scar on the third post. He placed the key gently on the low brick wall beside a cluster of terracotta pots and wrote on the back of a grocery receipt with the pencil he always carried. "Here you are." Simple words that felt like an exhale. From across the narrow street, he watched Mrs. Chen emerge from the house 5 minutes later, her hands patting coat pockets with increasing worry. When her eyes found the key, her whole body seemed to soften, shoulders dropping as she touched it like greeting an old friend. She didn't look around for who might have left it. Some gifts are meant to arrive without explanation, and Mrs. Chen understood this in the way people understand rain, grateful without needing to question the sky. This gift of finding had been with him as long as memory reached back, though it had taken years to understand its shape and weight. The first time he truly noticed it, he was 7 years old and helping Mrs. Kowalski hang laundry on a Tuesday that smelled of soap and possibility. Without thinking, he had begun to hum, not a tune from any radio or songbook, but something that had been waiting in his throat like morning dew waits on grass. Mrs. Kowalski had dropped a wet sheet back into the basket, her weathered hands flying to her heart as tears filled her eyes with sudden light. "Where did you learn that song?" she'd whispered. And when he'd answered honestly that he didn't know, she'd told him about her grandmother in the old country, who used to sing that exact melody while braiding challah on Friday afternoons, her voice weaving through the kitchen like golden thread. The song had died with her grandmother 43 years earlier, and Mrs. Kowalski had spent decades trying to remember even a few notes. That afternoon, walking home with pockets full of peppermint candies and a head full of wonder, Clarence had asked Mira if she thought some things wanted to be found. She'd considered this with the seriousness she brought to all his questions, her hands still fragrant with garden soil. "I think everything lost is looking for its way home," she'd said finally. "Sometimes it just needs someone who knows how to listen for the sound of its footsteps." Over the months that followed, his small bedroom had gradually transformed into something between a sanctuary and a way station, not cluttered, but softly inhabited by objects that hummed with temporary residents. A pearl buttons that belonged on Mrs. Calloway's Sunday sweater, a marble swirled with blue that remembered the hand of a boy who'd moved away before proper goodbyes, the stub of a purple crayon that drew only twilight, waiting to return to a second grader who'd stopped drawing when sadness made colours seem too bright. He never kept anything for long. These objects didn't want to be possessed any more than birds wanted to be caged. He held them only until he could guide them home, understanding even as a child that there was a sacred trust in this. A promise as simple and essential as breathing in and breathing out. His room became a place where lost things could rest between being forgotten and being remembered, tended by someone who understood that the space between losing and finding was not empty, but full of quiet hope. The gift wasn't limited to objects. Sometimes he found lost words, the perfect phrase someone had struggled to recall, surfacing complete in his mind hours later. He found forgotten melodies, snatches of lullabies that drifted through his thoughts on quiet afternoons. Once, he'd told Mira about finding the exact shade of blue someone's grandmother used to wear, a soft periwinkle that had been the color of her favorite shawl, now faded from the world but vivid in his memory. These discoveries taught him patience, for forgotten things revealed themselves in their own time. They taught him empathy, for each lost item carried the faint echo of the person who had once held it, a fleeting worry, a moment of joy, a brief distraction. He learned that these small, overlooked pieces of life weren't insignificant, but were threads in a larger tapestry, and sometimes, simply by acknowledging them, he could help mend a tear in the fabric of someone's day. Now, at 27, walking away from Mrs. Chen's grateful smile, Clarence felt the familiar satisfaction that came with completing one of these small circles. The morning stretched ahead, full of ordinary possibilities and extraordinary moments waiting to be noticed. He thought of all the lonely things in the world, all the lost pieces of people's hearts, all the forgotten songs and faded photographs and keys tied with corn silk ribbons. As he turned the corner toward the market square, something else tugged at the edge of his awareness, not lost exactly, but waiting. A shop with a window full of clocks that didn't quite agree with one another, and behind the glass, the shadow of a man whose careful movement suggested someone who understood that time, like love, was something to be tended rather than conquered. Clarence paused at the window, reading the careful script above the door. Henrik's time. Inside, among the patient ticking of a dozen different heartbeats, he sensed the same gentle vacancy he'd felt with the key, not a failure, but a quiet absence, like the pause between notes, stretching just a fraction longer than the song intended. He pressed his palm to the cool glass in greeting, and waited, breathing with the clocks until his own rhythm threaded through theirs, without tugging. After a moment, a man with steel-grey hair appeared at the counter, glancing toward the window with the expression of someone listening for a note he used to tune by but couldn't quite find. Their eyes met through the glass, and Clarence felt the morning settle into a new pattern, one that had been waiting for this exact moment to reveal itself. He pushed open the door and stepped into the measured air of the shop, where time moved like honey and patience wore a comfortable vest. "Good morning," he said, because mornings were often made by being noticed, and the man's face brightened with the small relief of gentle weather arriving when it was most needed. The day was still young, full of lost things waiting to be found, and quiet hearts ready to remember what they'd temporarily forgotten. Clarence folded his hands and prepared to listen, knowing that the best gifts often came disguised as ordinary conversations in extraordinary places where time kept its own counsel and healing happened one gentle moment at a time. The bell above the door whispered like rain finding still water, and then the shop embraced them both with its patient symphony of ticking hearts. Some bold, some shy, some steady as the breath you fall asleep to, others with a gentle hesitation that made you want to tuck a blanket around their shoulders. The air held the warm scent of lemon oil and cedar shavings, dust motes turning slowly in light that had travelled far to rest here among these keepers of moments. Henrik looked up from a delicate pocket watch cradled in his palm, and Clarence saw a man whose eyes had watched many things leave and still chose to greet arrivals with kindness. Perhaps 70, with hands that bore the small, honourable scars of a lifetime spent coaxing reluctant mechanisms back to life, and wire-rimmed spectacles that seemed made specifically for examining the intimate details of time itself. "Good morning," Henrik said again, his voice carrying the careful precision of someone who had learned that spaces between words mattered as much as the words themselves. He gestured toward the window where morning light caught the faces of his timepieces, each offering its own interpretation of the passing moment. "I was just thinking how some mornings feel different from others, though the clocks insist they're all made of the same 60 minutes. But you know that already, don't you?" Clarence nodded, understanding this was less question than recognition. "The clocks tell time, but they don't tell about time. There's a difference." "Exactly." Henrik's smile was warm and sudden, like sunlight breaking through clouds. He moved to a grandfather clock standing against the far wall, its pendulum swinging with the stately patience of someone who had learned that rushing was just another way of getting lost. This one belonged to the Hendersons, kept perfect time for 47 years, then started running slow the day after their youngest daughter moved to California. Clarence approached the clock, drawn by something he couldn't name. When he placed his hand on the warm wood of its case, he felt an echo of longing so gentle it was almost like homesickness, but sweeter. "It's not broken, it's just adjusting, learning a new rhythm." That's what I told Mrs. Henderson. Henrik's voice carried satisfaction mixed with the relief of being understood by someone who didn't need mechanical explanations for emotional truths. Some clocks, the ones that live with people for a long time, they start keeping heart time instead of clock time. They slow down when the house feels empty, speed up during celebrations. This old fellow is trying to stretch out the quiet moments, make them last a little longer. The shop's door chimed again, and a young woman with ink-stained fingers entered, carrying a metronome as if it might bite her. "It ticks faster when I'm alone," she confessed to Henrik, her voice barely above a whisper. "Or maybe I only notice then." Henrik didn't reach for his tools immediately. Instead, he asked about the music she was trying to learn, about the silence she was afraid of, about whether she ate anything when she stayed up late practicing. He weighed her answers like delicate components, then made an adjustment so small it was barely a whisper's width. "There," he said simply. Clarence watched, understanding flowing through him like warm tea. He breathed with the metronome, letting his chest follow the small wooden pendulum back and forth, making himself a steady shore so the waves of her anxiety would have something to rest against. The woman didn't thank them with words. She pressed her hand to the metronome as if promising to be kinder to herself, and slipped away into the morning. When they were alone again, Henrik moved to put a kettle on a small hot plate tucked behind the counter. "Most people think I fix clocks," he said, settling against the counter like a man preparing for useful conversation. "I do. But mostly I help time remember how to be held. Machines are honest. They tell you when they're being asked to carry a feeling that isn't theirs." Clarence thought of Mrs. Chen and her key, of the warmth in the brass and the way her shoulders had lowered when she found it. And if you hold time gently, people remember how to rest inside it. Henrik's mouth curved, not quite a smile, more like recognition. You hear the rests. Music isn't music without the places where it's not. Language isn't only words. Most of what matters happens in the spaces between. He moved to another workbench where a small mantel clock sat in careful pieces, its components arranged like parts of a poem waiting to be reassembled. This one came in last week. Mrs. Patterson brought it, said it had stopped chiming, but looked nothing wrong with the parts. Clarence studied the silent clock, feeling the weight of its patient sorrow. What happened? She mentioned that she'd stopped singing to her grandchildren when they visited. Said she'd forgotten all the lullabies she used to know. Henrik's voice carried the reverence of someone sharing a sacred truth. This clock learned to chime along with her lullabies, matching its voice to hers. When she went quiet, it went quiet too. It's not broken, it's grieving. Understanding bloomed in Clarence's chest like warmth spreading from cupped hands around hot tea. Clocks remember the rhythms of the houses they live in. Time moves differently for different hearts, Henrik said quietly, handing Clarence a mug that tasted like comfort and patience. Your heart doesn't beat at the same pace when you're falling in love as it does when you're waiting for difficult news. A minute of holding a sleeping baby feels different from a minute of sitting in traffic. These old timepieces, they learn, they adapt. They become companions rather than just counters. As the morning settled around them with the contentment of important conversations finally happening, Clarence felt himself entering a new apprenticeship, not in clock repair, but in the art of listening to what time really had to say. He thought of Mrs. Patterson somewhere in town, sitting in a kitchen too quiet for its own good, and of all the lullabies that had temporarily lost their way but were waiting, like everything lost, for someone who knew how to help them find their way home. I think, he said slowly, I might know someone who could help with that. Henrik's smile was like sunrise, gradual and warming everything it touched. I thought you might. Time has a way of bringing the right people together when something needs mending. The kettle whistled softly, and outside the window the town continued its gentle rhythm. But inside Henrik's time, something deeper had taken root, a friendship built on the understanding that the most profound healing often happened in the quiet spaces, when you helped someone remember their own rhythm, even when they'd forgotten how to hum the tune. Clarence settled onto the stool Henrik had quietly
cleared for him, knowing he would return to this place of patient ticking and gentle wisdom. The day stretched ahead, full of lost things waiting to be found, and quiet hearts ready to remember what they'd temporarily forgotten. In the warm light of the shop, surrounded by the soft conversations of 100 timepieces, he prepared to learn the deeper language that connected all broken things to their eventual healing, all lost songs to the voices that would someday remember how to sing them again. Thursday arrived with the kind of crisp morning that made every breath feel like a small celebration, the air carrying the scent of wood smoke and the last brave chrysanthemums refusing to acknowledge winter's approach. Clarence walked toward the market square with Henrik's words echoing gently in his thoughts. Mrs. Patterson, plums the colour of twilight, and a clock that had forgotten how to sing because its companion had forgotten her own voice. The market bustled with its weekly rhythm, vendors arranging their wares like small altars of abundance. Mrs. Patterson stood at the fruit stand exactly as Henrik had predicted, her careful hands turning over plums that weren't quite ready but wore such a lovely shade of purple
that hope seemed worth the risk. She was perhaps 70, with silver hair that caught the morning light and eyes that held the particular gentleness of someone who had spent decades caring for others before learning to be quiet with herself. "Mrs. Patterson," Clarence said softly, approaching, with the unhurried manner of someone who understood that the best conversations often began with shared silence. "Those plums have promise, don't they?" She looked up with the pleased surprise of someone discovering an unexpected friend in a familiar place. "Oh, Clarence, dear?" "Yes, they're not quite sweet yet, but sometimes you have to trust that sweetness is coming." She selected one with particular care, as if choosing the right fruit were a small act of faith. "Henrik mentioned you might be by. Something about my old clock?" The question carried more weight than its simple words suggested, and Clarence felt the familiar tug of something lost, wanting to find its way home. Not just the clocks chiming, but something deeper, the confidence to fill silence with joy, the remembered pleasure of voices joining in harmony, the trust that love could be expressed in melody without fear of judgment. "He thought you might like to know it's not broken," Clarence said, accepting the plum she offered and feeling its potential sweetness like a promise against his palm. "Sometimes things just need to remember what they're for." Mrs. Patterson's eyes brightened with something between hope and wariness. "I brought it to him weeks ago." Stopped chiming right around the time She paused, her fingers touching her throat, in the unconscious gesture of someone who had lost faith in her own voice. "Well, around the time I stopped singing to the grandchildren. Seemed silly, I suppose. They're getting so grown up now." They walked together through the market, past stalls of late vegetables and hand-knitted scarves, Mrs. Patterson's steps gradually slowing as if she were walking towards something that required courage. "I used to sing all the old songs," she said quietly. "My mother's lullabies, the ones she learned from her mother. But lately, when I try, it's as if I've forgotten how to make music. Just air comes out, no melody." Clarence felt the shape of her sorrow like a familiar weight, not the sharp pain of sudden loss, but the gentle ache of something precious that had been set aside so carefully it had been forgotten. They paused at a bench beneath an old maple whose leaves were performing their final golden dance before winter's rest. "The songs are still there," he said, settling beside her with the patience of someone who understood that healing often began with simply being present for the hurt. "Sometimes they just need someone to hum along until they remember how they go." Mrs. Patterson made a sound that might have been laughter or might have been tears. "Oh, honey, I've tried. But when I open my mouth, nothing comes out but silence. It's like I've lost the key to my own voice." Clarence thought of Henrik's shop, of all the timepieces that had learned to keep heart time instead of clock time, of mechanisms that grieved and hoped and remembered love in their own patient way. He began to hum, so softly it was almost breathing, a melody that tasted of afternoon naps and gentle hands smoothing worried foreheads. It was nothing he had learned from any book or radio, but it felt like coming home to a place you'd never left. Mrs. Patterson's breath caught, then steadied. Her eyes widened with recognition, not of the specific melody, but of something deeper. The feeling of music itself, the shape of comfort, made audible. After a moment, her voice joined his, tentative at first, like someone testing ice, then stronger as the melody welcomed her back with the patience of an old friend who had been waiting. The song had no words, didn't need them. It was pure comfort, the sound of love made audible, of safety wrapped in rhythm and offered freely to anyone who needed to be reminded that they were cherished enough to be sung to sleep.
As they hummed together, Clarence felt something shift in the air around them, not just Mrs. Patterson's returning confidence, but the gentle restoration of something that had been temporarily misplaced.
"Oh,"
she breathed, her hand flying to her heart as her voice found its full strength.
"Oh, I remember now."
It's not about being perfect. It's about being present. When they reached her house an hour later, Henrik was waiting on the porch with a small bundle wrapped in soft cloth. The clock, Clarence realized, returned to its rightful place, not just repaired, but ready to remember its purpose. As Mrs. Patterson unwrapped it with the reverence of someone greeting a dear friend after a long absence, the afternoon light caught the brass fittings and made them glow like small suns. "It never forgot," Henrik said quietly, as they watched her place the clock on its familiar mantelpiece. "It was just waiting for you to remember that the songs were still there, waiting to be sung." Mrs. Patterson began to hum again, the same wordless melody that had returned to her at the market, and the clock responded with a single sweet chime, soft and clear, like a child saying, "Here I am," after a long game of hide-and-seek. She laughed with pure delight, and the clock chimed again, this time in harmony with her voice, settling into a gentle rhythm that matched the tempo of lullabies and rocking chairs and all the patient love that grandmothers carry. As evening painted the sky in soft peaches and lavender, Clarence walked home through streets that seemed to hum with quiet contentment. Behind him, a grandmother's voice rose and fell with the gentle certainty of tides, accompanied by the faithful chiming of a clock that had remembered how to keep time with the heart instead of just the hours. Somewhere in the distance, he could hear the faint echo of children's laughter, as if the very air had been reminded that joy was always possible, always waiting to be invited back into the spaces where love lived. The day folded itself gently into memory, another small circle completed, another lost thing guided home. Tomorrow would bring new opportunities for healing, new chances to help the world remember its own capacity for gentleness. For now, the evening settled around him like a comfortable blanket, and Clarence carried the sound of restored music in his chest like a small, warm light that would never quite go out. The sound of Mrs. Patterson's restored lullabies followed Clarence home like a gentle benediction carried on the evening breeze, and as he turned the corner onto Willow Street, he found Mira waiting on the front porch with 2 cups of tea steaming in the twilight air. She had always possessed this uncanny ability to sense when her adopted son needed the particular kind of conversation that happened best in the soft space between day and night, when defenses were down and truth could be spoken without armor. "I heard Mrs. Patterson singing from 3 blocks away," she said, handing him a cup that carried the warmth of chamomile and honey, scents that transported him instantly to childhood evenings when scraped knees and hurt feelings could be mended with patient listening and warm drinks. "Her voice sounds like it remembers being young again." Mira had always been a woman whose very presence seemed to teach lessons without words. Her hands perpetually carried the scent of lavender from the sachets she tucked into every drawer and cupboard, and her voice, when she chose to use it, held the deep, resonant cadence of distant thunder after summer rain. Not loud, but full of undeniable power. She was someone who understood. That silence wasn't emptiness, but a space waiting to be filled with understanding. As they settled onto the porch swing that had been their evening sanctuary for as long as memory reached back, Clarence felt the familiar mixture of gratitude and wonder that came with being truly seen by someone who loved him. "Henrik says some things just need to remember what they're for," he said, the day's events still warm in his chest. "I think maybe people are like that too."
Your gift is growing stronger, Mira observed, not quite a question, but recognition of something she had been quietly watching unfold. I can feel it in the way the air settles when you're near, like you're teaching the world how to breathe a little deeper. She paused, studying his face with the careful attention of someone reading weather patterns. But I sense you're carrying more than usual tonight. Other people's aches have a way of hitching rides home, don't they? He nodded, surprised, as always, by her ability to perceive what he hadn't yet found words for. Sometimes it feels like I'm collecting stones in my pockets. Not heavy exactly, just present. Mira stood with the fluid grace of someone who had spent decades moving through the world with intention. "We'll do the basin," she said, as naturally as suggesting an evening walk. "It's been too long." The basin was an old blue enamel bowl that lived on the back porch, chipped but dignified in the way useful things acquire dignity through faithful service. They filled it with warm water and sprigs of rosemary from the garden that had grown wild and fragrant under Mira's patient tending. Steam lifted the herb's clean breath into the cooling air, and Clarence felt his shoulders begin to release tension he hadn't realized he was holding. 3 breaths, Mira murmured, the rhythm of a ritual she had taught him when he was barely tall enough to see over the basin's rim. 1 for what's yours, 1 for what's not, 1 for what passes through. Clarence leaned over the bowl, eyes closed, and counted silently with the rise and fall of his chest. The rosemary made the air taste like green promises and ancient wisdom. On the first breath, he felt his own quiet satisfaction at the day's small healings. On the second, he felt the faint weight of other people's sorrows loosen from where they had settled along his collarbones like familiar birds finding new perches. On the third, he felt the night accept the offering without commentary, as nights do when they understand their role as repositories for what the day cannot hold. When they finished, Mira poured the water at the base of the rosebush near the steps, returning what had been borrowed to the earth that could transform it into something nurturing. "We never keep what doesn't belong to us," she said, repeating a lesson that had become as fundamental as breathing. "We honor it and return it to where it can be turned into something gentle." Inside, she reached to the highest shelf and brought down a delicate teacup whose hairline crack had been mended with a thread of gold that caught the lamplight like a quiet smile. "I repaired this after your father left," she said simply, without bitterness, the way someone might mention the weather. "Not to hide the break, but to teach myself that history can be beautiful when tended with care. Sometimes the most tender parts of us are the places where we've learned to heal." Clarence traced the glimmering seam with his eyes, remembering the years when the cup had been carefully stored away, and the gentle afternoon when she had brought it back to their table like an invitation to speak honestly about beautiful, broken things. "I used to worry," Mira continued, settling into her chair with the cup cradled in both hands, "about what the world might ask of someone with your particular way of being. There's a weight that comes with feeling what others feel, with carrying their lost things until they can be returned home. How do you carry it without losing yourself?" The question emerged from a place Clarence hadn't known was waiting to speak, but Mira received it with the same gentle attention she brought to everything that mattered. She was quiet for a long moment, her gaze following the dance of moths around the porch light. When she spoke, her voice held the authority of someone who had learned wisdom through both triumph and loss. By remembering that healing isn't about taking on someone else's pain, it's about holding space for them to remember their own strength. You don't fix people, my love, you accompany them.
The phone's gentle ring interrupted the evening's peace, and Mira answered with her customary warmth. "We're here," she said, listening with her whole body in the way that had always made people feel heard. After a brief conversation, she returned the receiver to its cradle. "Mrs. Chen," she explained quietly. "Her grandson is having trouble sleeping. Hard dreams." She looked at him with the question she never forced, respecting always his right to choose his own boundaries. "Do you have enough in you?" Clarence felt inward the way you check a pocket for something essential and found himself steady, grounded by the evening's ritual and Mira's patient wisdom. "I do." The walk to the Chen house was brief and quiet, the town wearing its evening hush like a comfortable blanket. The boy was small for 7, all earnest eyes and hair that stuck up in the pattern sleep leaves when it comes and goes too restlessly. He didn't want to talk about the dreams, and Clarence understood that some fears were too large for small words. "Would it be all right if I sat with you while you try again?" Clarence asked, settling into the rocking chair in the corner only after receiving the child's shy nod. Permission first, always, another of Mira's fundamental lessons. He matched his breathing to the boy's restless rhythm, slow enough to invite, steady enough to anchor, and began to hum, something so soft it might have been mistaken for the house sighing as it relaxed its old bones. The melody had no words because it didn't need them. It was pure comfort, the sound of safety made audible. The boy turned toward the sound like a seedling turns toward sun, and gradually his small shoulders released their vigilant tension, his breathing found its own peaceful pace, and sleep walked quietly into the room and made itself at home. Walking back under stars that seemed unusually bright, Mira slipped her arm through his for a few companionable steps. "You asked permission," she said, with quiet satisfaction. "And you waited for his invitation." That's always the work, creating space, not filling it. On their porch, she pressed a notebook into his hands, one with a soft green cover she had been saving for the right moment. "For observations," she said, "not about other people, but about yourself. What steadies you, what empties you, what fills you back up. Hearts are deep wells, but even wells need maps." He opened to the first page and wrote simply, "Rosemary, 3 breaths, permission first." Then after a pause he added, "Here you are," the phrase that had become his quiet signature for returning lost things to their rightful places. As the night deepened around them, Mira spoke about the morning she had found him in that impossible grove of jasmine, how the whole town had seemed to exhale when she brought him home, as if everyone had been holding their breath without realizing it. "I don't think you were abandoned," she said, her voice soft with memory and conviction. "I think you arrived exactly when you were meant to. There's a difference between being left and being delivered. One is about loss, the other about timing." The story settled around them like a familiar quilt, and Clarence felt something shift in his understanding of both his gift and his purpose. He wasn't meant to absorb the world's pain, but to be a gentle witness to it, to offer his presence as a shore where others could rest while their own healing did its quiet work. Somewhere in the distance, a train offered its lonesome song to the night, and Mrs. Patterson's voice could still be heard, faint but clear, weaving lullabies into the darkness like threads of light. The world breathed a little easier, and Clarence carried that rhythm into sleep, knowing that tomorrow would bring new opportunities to practice this deeper understanding, to be not a searchlight, but a porchlight, steady and welcoming, illuminating whatever small corner of the world needed gentle tending. The green notebook became his evening companion, pages gradually filling with the careful cartography of a heart learning to navigate its own depths.
Rain makes other people's dreams louder, he wrote on a Wednesday, that wept against the windows. Laughter in the distance feels like sunlight through leaves, small observations that helped him understand the ebb and flow of his gift, the way sensitivity could be both blessing and burden, requiring the same mindful attention a gardener gives to knowing when to water and when to let the earth rest. Morning arrived like a gentle exhale, carrying with it the scent of wood smoke and the last brave chrysanthemums that refused to acknowledge winter's approach. Clarence tucked the notebook into his jacket pocket, feeling its slight weight like a compass pointing toward deeper understanding. The town wore its autumn hush with familiar grace, and he found himself drawn toward the market square where the community board outside Peterson's bakery served as the town's informal heart, a place where lost mittens found their way home and piano lessons offered themselves to eager fingers. He was pinning up a simple card for the Dream Garden's meditation evening, nothing formal, just an invitation to sit and breathe together under the stars, when a sheet of thick paper caught his attention. The lettering was hand-drawn with confident strokes, ink bleeding slightly into pulp in a way that spoke of someone who understood that imperfection could be its own kind of beauty. Emotions in colour, an evening with Iris Vale. Friday, 7 p.m., Community Centre. The name arrived in his awareness like a stone dropped into still water, sending ripples of recognition through spaces that had been quietly waiting for exactly this moment. Iris. The memory bloomed with the suddenness of morning light flooding a room. A girl with paint-stained fingers and eyes the colour of moss after rain, who had taught him that he wasn't alone in experiencing the world as a symphony of interconnected feelings. They had been 17, navigating the labyrinthine hallways of Millbrook High with the particular intensity of young people learning to carry invisible differences. She had moved through those crowded corridors like someone fluent in a language most people couldn't read, her sketchbook clutched like a shield, her clothes always carrying the faint, earthy scent of charcoal and paint. The art room had been their sanctuary, tucked in the building's eastern corner, where morning light could flood through tall windows and illuminate whatever acts of creation were brave enough to emerge from teenage hearts. He remembered the first time he had truly seen her work. Not a still life of fruit or flowers, but pure emotion rendered visible. The apples on her canvas hadn't merely been red and green, they had pulsed with a vibrant, almost aching joy, while the shadows beneath them had held a profound, contemplative silence. When he had asked how she made the apples feel happy, she had looked up with that knowing smile and said simply, "Colours have feelings, you know. This blue is the sound of someone missing home. This yellow is the surprise of finding a forgotten letter in an old book." It had been the beginning of a friendship built on the rare gift of being completely understood. She painted what people carried between sentences. He learned to name the pauses he'd always felt. They had spent afternoons in comfortable silence, sharing the easy choreography of two people who spoke the same emotional language, who understood that some truths were better felt than explained. On summer evenings they would climb to the school's flat roof, lying back on tar, softened by heat, watching clouds draft lazy letters across a sky that seemed capable of forgiving anything by making room for it. She had taught him the names she had for whites: milk light, inside of shell, moon breath. He had shared with her the shape silence took when it wanted to be heard, the way a room paused at the door when someone was missing, the way laughter left air brighter after it was gone. The friendship had carried them through the tender confusion of adolescence, two sensitive souls learning to navigate a world that often felt too loud, too bright, too much. But graduation had scattered them like dandelion seeds on different winds. Iris to art school in the city, Clarence staying close to home,
close to Mira and Henrik, and the quiet work of helping lost things find their way back where they belonged. Now, standing before the flyer with autumn light painting everything in shades of gold and possibility, Clarence felt the familiar tug of something lost calling to be found. Not an object this time, but a connection, a friendship that had been carefully folded away, but never forgotten. He took one of the tear-off tabs with the time and place, folding it once and tucking it behind the green cover of his notebook. The paper made a friendly whisper as it slid into place. "You felt it too?" Henrik's voice carried warmth and knowing as Clarence pushed open the door to the clock shop, the bell whispering its rain-sound greeting. "She's back," Clarence said simply, and Henrik nodded as if the words themselves carried their own music. Iris always did understand that feelings needed somewhere to live, the old clockmaker murmured, not looking up from the delicate pocket watch cradled in his palm. "The town's been waiting for someone who could paint what the heart sees." Friday evening, then? Friday evening. Clarence settled onto the stool that had become his customary perch, watching Henrik's careful hands coax time back into proper rhythm. "I wonder what she's learned about colour since we were young." "The same things you've learned about listening, I'd imagine," Henrik replied with the quiet wisdom of someone who understood that all gifts deepened with practice and patience. That the most important work happens in the spaces between colours, between heartbeats, between what is said and what is felt. As the day unfolded around them with its gentle rhythm of ticking clocks and patient conversation, Clarence found himself thinking about the particular blue Iris had once painted for missing someone you hadn't met yet. It occurred to him now that perhaps she had been painting the future, the longing that comes before reunion, the sweet anticipation of connections waiting to be renewed. The afternoon light slanted through the shop windows, catching the faces of Henrik's timepieces and making them glow like small suns. Outside, the town continued its familiar dance of ordinary miracles and gentle mysteries. But inside the warm sanctuary of Henrik's time, surrounded by the soft conversations of 100 patient hearts, Clarence prepared to step forward into whatever beautiful, complicated gift Friday evening might bring. He thought of Iris's hands, probably still paint-stained after all these years, still fluent in the language of emotion made visible. He thought of all the feelings that had accumulated in his chest since they had last spoken, the quiet satisfaction of small healings, the weight of other people's sorrows temporarily carried, the deep contentment of learning to be exactly who he was meant to be. Tomorrow would bring new opportunities for gentle service, new chances to help the world remember its own capacity for kindness. But Friday would bring the rare gift of being seen and understood by someone who had helped teach him that different wasn't broken, just fluent, in languages most people hadn't learned yet. The clock on Henrik's wall chimed the hour with particular sweetness, as if it too understood that some reunions were worth marking with extra care. Somewhere in the distance, he could hear the faint echo of Mrs. Patterson's lullabies mixing with the sound of autumn leaves letting go, and everything felt exactly as it should be, patient, purposeful, and full of quiet promise. Friday arrived, wrapped in the kind of anticipation that made ordinary moments feel touched by grace, and Clarence found himself walking through town with the unhurried pace of someone who understood that the best discoveries came to those who moved through the world like water, present, attentive, but never forcing a path where one didn't want to open. The green notebook rested in his jacket pocket like a trusted companion, and the folded paper with Iris's event details whispered against its cover with each step, a small percussion of possibility. He had intended to spend the afternoon in quiet preparation, perhaps visiting Henrik's shop, where the patient ticking of clocks always helped him find his center. But something else tugged at his awareness as he passed the old brick library. Not urgent, but persistent, the way a half-remembered melody insists on being hummed until you give it voice. The building sat between the bustling main street and the river, its stone facade softened by years of weather into something that looked more grown than built. Inside, the air held the warm scent of aged paper and the faint sweetness of stories that had been loved into being. Dust motes danced in afternoon light that slanted through tall windows, and the quiet hummed with something deeper than silence, the accumulated presence of countless minds that had found refuge here, countless hearts that had discovered themselves reflected in ink and imagination. Miss Thorne looked up from her desk as he entered, her silver hair catching the light like fine wire, her eyes holding the particular calm of someone who had learned to read between the lines of existence. She was perhaps 70, with hands that bore the honorable stains of a lifetime spent tending words, and she smiled at his approach as if she had been expecting him. "Good afternoon, Clarence," she said, her voice carrying the careful precision of someone who understood that spaces between words mattered as much as the words themselves. "I was hoping you might find your way here today." She gestured toward the towering shelves that surrounded them like gentle guardians. "There's something I think you're ready to see." She led him past the familiar sections, fiction arranged by the alphabet's patient logic, reference books standing at attention like helpful soldiers, to a narrow hallway he had never noticed before. At its end stood a door painted the color of rain thinking about becoming snow, unmarked but somehow welcoming. Miss Thorne rested her palm on the wood for a moment, almost like a greeting, and the quiet on the other side seemed to answer with a quality that was neither sound nor silence, but something altogether more intimate. "This is the collection we don't advertise," she said, turning the handle with the reverence of someone opening a jewelry box that held more than gems. The books that exist not on paper, but in the spaces where memory and longing meet. The room beyond was smaller than it looked, and larger than it seemed, filled with shelves that held shapes of story rather than bound volumes. Titles shimmered if you tried to see them too quickly, then settled into clarity when you slowed your breath to match the room's gentle rhythm. Clarence read a few softly. The Recipe Without Measurements, The Year the House. Learn to be quiet. Letters never sent, answered. Anyway. These are the books people carry inside them, Miss Thorne explained, her voice holding the respectful hush she might use for wedding vows or newborn names. The stories they've written in their hearts but never found words for. We keep them safe until someone needs to borrow what they've temporarily misplaced. As if summoned by their conversation, a soft cough announced another presence. In the doorway stood a man in his early 30s, hair disheveled by sleepless nights, holding a scrap of paper with trembling fingers. His eyes held the particular exhaustion that comes from carrying grief without rest, and when he spoke, his voice was roughened by tears both shed and swallowed. "I'm sorry to interrupt," he said, the apology of someone who had learned to make himself small in the presence of his own need. "Miss Thorne said there might be... that I could borrow part of a poem. My mother used to read it when I was sick, and she's gone now and I can't remember how it started. I thought if I had the first line, the rest might follow." Miss Thorne nodded him into the room with the tenderness of someone who understood that healing often began with permission to need help. "We keep many first lines here," she said simply. Clarence felt the room adjust to make space for the man's sorrow, the way a circle of friends instinctively widens for one more chair.
He listened, not with his ears, but with that deeper sense that had grown quietly stronger through years of gentle practice, and felt the shape of childhood bedrooms made kinder by lamplight, of a voice that had always found the exact balance between hope and honesty. The line found him like a whisper finds an ear turned toward it. "When the night comes soft as wool," he offered gently, without ownership, letting the words carry their own authority. The man's shoulders dropped with the visible relief of recognition. "Yes," he breathed, pressing the scrap of paper to his chest. "Yes, that's exactly right." He looked between them with gratitude that encompassed more than the returned words. Thanks for the permission to grieve and remember without being hurried toward healing he wasn't ready for. After he left, carrying the first line like a small light in the darkness, Ms. Thorne showed Clarence a narrow stand near the window where a thin volume waited, its cover the same pale green as his notebook. The title blinked into clarity as he approached, "A Lullaby for When You Don't Remember the Words." "This one has been waiting for you," she said, and somehow he understood that borrowing it wouldn't require his hands. The melody filled his chest instead, familiar and new at once, gentle as breath moving through sleeping leaves. He could feel Mira in it, and Mrs. Patterson's restored voice, and all the quiet moments when his presence had helped someone remember their own capacity for peace. "How do I return it?" he asked. "By using it, miss," Thorne replied, reaching into one of her impossibly deep pockets to produce a small card stamped with a single star. "By humming when someone needs to remember that safety has a sound." As evening painted the windows in shades of amber and rose, Clarence walked toward the community center with the lullaby humming quietly in his chest and the star card tucked beside Iris's invitation in his green notebook. The town wore its Friday evening dress, porch lights beginning to twinkle, the scent of dinner preparations drifting from kitchen windows, the gentle bustle of people preparing for whatever small celebrations the weekend might bring. The community center glowed with warm yellow light, and through its tall windows he could see people settling into chairs arranged in expectant semicircles. His heart quickened with the particular mixture of nervousness and joy that comes with approaching someone who has helped shape your understanding of yourself. Somewhere inside that building, Iris was preparing to show the world how emotions could be made visible, and he was carrying a lullaby that existed only in the space between memory and song. The evening stretched ahead like an unwritten page, full of the rare gift of being understood by someone who spoke the same language of the heart. He pressed his palm to the cool glass of the door, took one of Mira's 3 breaths, and prepared to step into whatever beautiful conversation awaited between his gift for finding lost things and her gift for painting what the heart sees. Inside, the air hummed with anticipation, and somewhere in that gentle crowd, a woman with paint-stained fingers was about to teach a room full of people that feelings had their own colors, their own shapes, their own ways of asking to be seen. The reunion had been 10 years in the making, but it felt exactly on time. 2 old friends ready to discover what their gifts had learned in the quiet years of growing into themselves. The door opened to warmth that went beyond temperature, carrying the mingled sense of anticipation and coffee brewing somewhere in the back rooms, and Clarence found himself stepping into a space that had been transformed by careful attention. The harsh fluorescent lights had been dimmed in favor of smaller lamps that cast pools of golden comfort around the room, and easels stood at gentle intervals like patient sentinels, waiting to hold whatever truths might emerge from this evening's exploration. She stood near the front, arranging brushes with the same careful reverence he remembered from their high school art room,
and the sight of her sent recognition through his chest like a bell struck in a distant tower. Iris had grown into herself in the way people do when they've learned to trust their own particular way of seeing. Her hair, longer now, streaked with premature silver that caught the lamplight like threads of moonbeam, her clothes still carrying that faint, earthy scent of charcoal and possibility that had always been her signature. When she looked up and saw him standing in the doorway, her smile bloomed with the suddenness of sunrise after a long night, and for a moment the room seemed to pause, as if even the air understood that some reunions deserved to be witnessed with particular attention. She set down the brush she'd been holding and crossed the space between them with steps that carried 10 years of stories waiting to be shared. "Clarence," she said, and his name in her voice sounded like coming home to a place you'd never actually left. "I was hoping you might find your way here tonight." She reached for his hands without hesitation, and her fingers were exactly as he remembered, paint-stained and warm, carrying the calluses that came from a lifetime of making invisible things visible. "I saw your flyer at Peterson's," he said, feeling the familiar ease of conversation with someone who understood that the most important things were often spoken in the spaces between words. Emotions in color. "It sounds like you've been teaching the world to see what you always saw." Her laugh was soft and musical, carrying notes he recognized from afternoons when they'd lain on the school roof, watching clouds draft lazy letters across a sky that seemed capable of forgiving anything. "And you've been helping people find what they've lost, haven't you? I can feel it in the way the air settles when you're near. Like you're teaching everything to breathe a little deeper." The room gradually filled with people drawn by curiosity and the gentle magnetism that surrounds anyone who promises to show the world something it hasn't seen before. There was Mrs. Chen, her grandson's peaceful sleep, having given her courage to explore new ways of understanding. Henrik settled into a chair near the back, his clockmaker's hands folded with patient attention. Even Miss Thorne had emerged from her library sanctuary, carrying a small notebook that probably contained observations about the stories people wrote with their presence. "Before we begin," Iris said to the gathered group, her voice carrying the warm authority of someone who had learned to hold space for other people's discoveries, "I want you to know that tonight isn't about creating art that belongs in galleries. It's about giving feelings a place to live outside your chest for a while, letting them breathe in colors that don't have names yet." She moved to the first easel, where a canvas waited like an empty page, ready to receive whatever truth wanted to be written. With a flourish that was both theatrical and deeply authentic, she pulled back a white cloth to reveal a painting that was not a scene but pure feeling made visible, the precise shade of relief after a long journey, the quiet awe of seeing something beautiful for the first time, the bitter-sweet tenderness of remembering a loved one's laugh. People gasped, not with surprise, but with recognition, a collective exhale of understanding. "Close your eyes," she invited, and the room settled into the particular quality of attention that comes when people agree to be vulnerable together. Think of the last time you felt truly peaceful. Not happy, not excited, but peaceful. What color is that feeling wearing? Clarence let his eyes drift closed and found himself thinking of the evening with Mira on the porch, the rosemary-scented ritual that had taught him how to return borrowed sorrows to the earth where they could be transformed. The color that emerged was soft and complex, not quite blue, not quite grey, but something like twilight thinking about becoming dawn. When he opened his eyes, Iris was already painting, her brush moving with the confident strokes of someone fluent in the language she was teaching. The color she created seemed to breathe on the canvas, expanding and contracting with a rhythm that matched the quiet pulse of contentment. Around the room, people began to move toward their own canvases, some tentative, others with the determined courage of those who had decided to trust the process, even if they didn't understand it. Clarence found himself at an easel near the window, where evening light could still offer its blessing to whatever emerged. The color for missing someone arrived in his awareness like a familiar friend. Warm amber touched with gold, the shade of honey held up to afternoon light. As he mixed the paint with movements that felt more like remembering than creating, he thought of all the people who had shaped his understanding of gentleness. "That's it," Iris murmured, appearing at his shoulder with the quiet presence of someone who understood that creation was often a conversation between what was intended and what wanted to emerge. "You're painting the space where love lives after it changes form." As the evening unfolded around them like a flower opening in slow motion, Clarence felt something shift in his understanding of his own gift. Watching people discover that their feelings had colors, shapes, textures that could be made visible and shared, he realized that his work of finding lost things and hers of making invisible things visible were different expressions of the same deep calling, helping the world remember that nothing important was ever truly lost, only temporarily displaced. A woman near the front began to cry as she painted, not from sadness, but from the relief of recognition. Her canvas bloomed with a color that perfectly captured the particular loneliness of Sunday afternoons in an empty house. Across the room, a teenager painted joy as a yellow so bright it seemed to generate its own light, and an elderly man discovered that his grief was not black, but a deep, rich burgundy, shot through with threads of gold. Without thinking, Clarence began to hum, not loudly, but just enough to steady the air around him. It was the lullaby Miss Thorne had given him, the one that existed only in the space between memory and song. The room seemed to shift a degree toward comfort, a subtle exhale as strangers remembered they were allowed to be soft in public. "Feelings aren't problems to be solved," Iris said to the room, her voice carrying the gentle authority of someone who had learned wisdom through both creation and loss. "They're visitors that want to be acknowledged, honored, given a place to rest for a while before they transform into something else." As the formal workshop drew to a close and people began to clean brushes with the satisfied exhaustion of those who had discovered something important about themselves, Iris and Clarence found themselves alone with their canvases and the comfortable silence of old friends who had learned to trust what lived in the spaces between words. "I've missed this," she said quietly, settling onto a stool beside him as they regarded their evening's work. His painting of love that had learned to become memory. Hers a complex landscape of colors that seemed to shift and breathe with their own gentle life. Having someone who understands that the world is full of things most people can't see, but everyone can feel. "I've been learning to carry it more lightly," he said, thinking of Mira's lessons about returning borrowed sorrows to the earth, of the green notebook that had become his map for navigating the depths of his own heart. To be present for what needs witnessing without trying to carry it all home. She nodded with the recognition of someone who had walked similar paths. "In the city, I learned that loneliness has 17 different shades, and that homesickness is always painted in colors that don't exist anywhere except in memory." She paused, studying her hands as if they held stories she was deciding whether to share. "But I also learned that some gifts need to be rooted in community to grow properly. You can't paint connection if you're isolated from it." The words hung in the air between them like an invitation, waiting to be accepted or declined, and Clarence felt the familiar tug of something lost calling to be found. Not an object this time,
but a friendship that had been carefully preserved but never fully explored, a connection that had been waiting 10 years for both people to grow into their gifts deeply enough to share them without losing themselves. Outside, the town settled into its Friday evening rhythm, porch lights twinkling like earthbound stars, the gentle bustle of people preparing for whatever small celebrations the weekend might bring. But inside the community centre, surrounded by canvases still wet with emotions made visible, two old friends sat in the comfortable silence of recognition, understanding that some reunions were less about returning to what had been and more about discovering what had been waiting patiently to become. The evening stretched ahead like an unwritten page, full of the rare gift of being understood by someone who spoke the same language of the heart. Tomorrow would bring new opportunities for healing, new chances to help the world remember its own capacity for gentleness. But tonight belonged to the quiet magic of two gifts finding their way back to each other, ready to discover what beautiful things they might create when they learn to work in harmony once again. The last participant gathered her canvas with the careful reverence of someone carrying a piece of her own heart made visible. And as the community centre settled into its evening quiet, Clarence felt the familiar contentment that came with witnessing small transformations. Iris moved through the space with practiced efficiency, cleaning brushes and organizing easels, but her movements carried a different quality now, less the focused intensity of someone working alone and more the relaxed rhythm of shared purpose. "I keep thinking about what you said," she murmured, settling beside him as they watched the last drops of paint swirl down the sink, drain like liquid emotions returning to their source. "About humming along until someone remembers their own song. There's something in that I've been trying to understand for years." They walked together into the night air that carried the scent of autumn's gentle surrender, and Clarence found himself thinking of another evening, years ago, when understanding had arrived like a door opening in a room he hadn't known existed. The memory surfaced with the particular clarity that comes with distance, not sharp or urgent, but warm and complete, like finding a letter you'd written to yourself and forgotten. He had been 21, wandering the halls of the college with the patient uncertainty of someone who knew he was looking for something, but couldn't name what it was. The building smelled of chalk dust and old radiators, and tucked away in its easternmost corner was a classroom with a simple placard that read, "Time, Philosophy and Practice." Inside, afternoon light filtered through windows that had watched decades of young minds grapple with questions too large for easy answers. Dr. Meridian stood at the front of the room like a scarecrow who had learned to be comfortable in his own skin, tall, angular, with wire-rimmed spectacles that seemed designed specifically for examining the intimate details of broken things. His desk was covered with timepieces that had stopped, each one positioned with the careful attention usually reserved for sacred objects. "Welcome," he had said in a voice that carried gravel from years of speaking gently into hard silences, "to the study of time that has chosen to pause. If you're here to learn clock repair, you're in the wrong room. If you're here to learn how time holds memory, how stillness can be its own form of devotion, then we have work to do together." He opened a wooden box and revealed its contents like a magician showing his most precious secrets: pocket watches, travel alarms, delicate mantle clocks, all frozen at moments that had once pulsed with life. "Choose one," he invited, "not because it appeals to your aesthetic sense, but because it speaks to something you recognize but haven't named." Clarence had reached without thinking for a small travel alarm, its brass face marked with the patina of years and its hands pointing resolutely to 319. When he lifted it to his ear, the silence pressed against his cheek like a familiar friend, and he understood immediately that this wasn't emptiness, but fullness.
the weight of a moment so significant it had asked time itself to pause and bear witness. "That one stopped the morning. Someone decided to stay, Doctor," Meridian observed with the gentle authority of someone who had learned to read the stories objects carry. "It's not broken. It's keeping vigil. For weeks they didn't wind anything. The assignment was to sit with their chosen timepiece for an hour each day and listen not for ticking but for the deeper rhythm that lived beneath mechanical time. Clarence would carry his alarm to the library's quietest corner, where late afternoon light painted everything in shades
of amber and possibility, and he would breathe with its stillness until he could feel the shape of the decision it held. Someone choosing love over fear, presence over absence, the courage to remain when leaving would have been easier. "We are not sponges, Doctor," Meridian would remind them before each session, placing a bowl of warm water scented with orange slices near the classroom's small sink. "We are shorelines. We let the meaning wash up against us, acknowledge it, then let it return to the sea. We do not try to hold the ocean in our hands." They would dip their fingers in the citrus-bright water, touch their temples, and remember that witnessing was not the same as absorbing, that presence was not possession. On days when the weight of other people's frozen moments felt too heavy, they would climb to the building's flat roof where the towns spread below them like a living map of interconnected stories. "Name 3 sounds that belong to the world and not to you, Doctor," Meridian would instruct. "Give them your attention for 30 seconds, then return to the one you carry." The distant train, the flag on the post office arguing with the wind, the church bell that never quite agreed with the other clocks in town. Clarence would return to his small alarm steadier each time, understanding more deeply that his gift was not to carry other people's time, but to honor it, to be present for it without trying to change it. Now, walking beside Iris through streets painted silver by moonlight, he felt that old wisdom settling into new understanding. "I learned once," he said, thinking of Doctor, Meridian's patient teaching and Henrik's gentle clocks, that healing isn't always about making something work again. Sometimes it's about witnessing what made it choose to stop, honoring that choice, and creating space for whatever wants to emerge from the stillness. Iris paused beneath a street lamp, whose light caught the silver threads in her hair and made them gleam like captured starlight. "That's what I was trying to paint tonight," she said quietly. "Not the emotion itself, but the moment when someone feels safe enough to let it be seen. The color of permission." They had reached the corner where their paths would normally diverge, but neither moved to separate. The night stretched ahead like an unwritten page, and Clarence felt the familiar tug of something lost calling to be found. Not an object this time, but a collaboration that had been waiting 10 years for both people to grow into their gifts deeply enough to share them without losing themselves. "There's something I'd like to show you," Iris said, her voice carrying the gentle hesitation of someone offering something precious. "If you have time for one more discovery tonight." He thought of Mira, probably asleep on the couch with a book resting on her chest, of the green notebook waiting on his kitchen table to receive whatever wisdom this evening might offer. He thought of Doctor, Meridian's orange water,
and Henrik's patient ticking, and all the small rituals that had taught him how to be present without being consumed. "I do," he said simply, and they turned together down a path that led away from the town's centre toward the river, where willows trailed their fingers in water that carried moonlight like messages between earth and sky. As they walked, Iris spoke about the years in the city, about learning that homesickness was painted in colours that existed only in memory, about discovering that some gifts needed community to flourish. "I thought I had to choose
between being understood and being challenged, she said. But maybe the real choice was between isolation and collaboration. The path opened into a small clearing where someone had built a dock that stretched into water dark as velvet, and at its end stood a simple structure that was part gazebo, part studio. Even in the moonlight, Clarence could see canvases arranged along the walls, and the air carried the familiar scent of paint and possibility that had always surrounded Iris like a gentle benediction. "I've been trying to paint what home feels like," she said, settling onto the dock's edge with her feet dangling toward the water. "Not the nostalgia version, but the real thing, the color of fitting into a space that was always meant to hold you." From across the water came the distant sound of Mrs. Patterson's voice weaving through a lullaby, accompanied by the faithful chiming of a clock that had remembered how to keep time with the heart instead of just the hours. Iris turned toward the music with wonder, and Clarence felt something complete itself in his chest, the understanding that gifts shared with comprehending hearts didn't diminish but multiplied, creating harmonies neither could achieve alone. "That's it," Iris whispered, reaching for a canvas that seemed to breathe in the moonlight, painted in colors that existed in the space between memory and hope. "That's the sound home makes when it recognizes you." They sat together on the dock until the moon had traveled far enough to paint new shadows on the water, talking about Doctor. Meridians, stopped clocks, and the city's 17 shades of loneliness, about orange water rituals and the courage it takes to return to a place that knew you before you knew yourself. When they finally rose to walk back toward town, they moved with the unhurried pace of people who had found something they'd been looking for without knowing they were searching. The night folded around them like a comfortable blanket, full of the quiet promise that some connections once renewed would continue growing in directions too beautiful to predict. Tomorrow would bring new opportunities for healing, new chances to help the world remember its own capacity for gentleness. But tonight belonged to the discovery that witness and creation, lullaby and color could work together to help people feel safe enough to let their deepest truths be seen. Somewhere in the distance, a train offered its lonesome song to the darkness, and everything felt exactly as it should be, patient, purposeful, and full of quiet promise. The morning after his reunion with Iris arrived wrapped in the kind of gentle clarity that follows meaningful conversations when the air seems to hold itself more kindly and possibilities feel closer to the surface. Clarence sat at his kitchen table with the green notebook open, writing in Mira's careful script. Collaboration feels like finding a missing harmony. The words carried the warmth of the previous evening, Iris's paint-stained fingers, the dock by the river, the understanding that some gifts grew stronger when they learned to work together rather than alone. But even as hope settled into his chest, like morning light through clean windows, he felt something else stirring beneath the surface, a subtle shift in the town's rhythm that spoke of his growing reputation. The phone had rung twice before breakfast, gentle voices carrying the particular weight of people who had heard whispers of someone who could help when sleep became elusive. Word traveled in small towns the way morning mist moves through valleys, touching everything softly but persistently. The first call came from Mrs. Rodriguez, whose voice held the tremulous quality of someone balancing on the edge of exhaustion. Her daughter, Sophia, barely 5 and still adjusting to their recent move to Millbrook, had been caught in a cycle of nightmares that left both mother and child hollow-eyed and fragile. "She dreams of being lost in dark woods," Mrs. Rodriguez whispered, as if speaking too loudly might summon the fears back into daylight. "Every night, the same terror of not finding her way home."
Clarence found them in a small house that still smelled of cardboard and fresh paint, where moving boxes stood like patient sentinels waiting to transform unfamiliar space into sanctuary. Sophia sat curled on the sofa, her arms wrapped around a threadbare rabbit, whose button eyes had witnessed countless bedtime stories. She looked up at him with the particular wariness of children who have learned that sleep can be a place of danger rather than rest. He settled beside her without urgency, letting his presence announce itself gently, the way morning announces itself to sleeping flowers. When he began to hum, not the lullaby from Ms. Thorne's collection, but something that tasted of safe harbors and patient lighthouses, Sophia's small shoulders gradually released their vigilant tension. Her hand found his with the tentative trust of someone testing whether solid ground would hold. As he held her small warm fingers, Clarence felt the shape of her fear like a familiar landscape mapped in shadows. The dark woods of her dreams weren't just unfamiliar terrain, but the deeper terror of being fundamentally lost, disconnected from everything that meant safety. He didn't try to banish the darkness, but instead imagined himself building a small, steady fire in the heart of those dream woods, not to drive away the night, but to create a beacon that would help her lost self find its way back to where love was waiting. When Sophia finally drifted into peaceful sleep, her breathing deep and even as tidal rhythm, Mrs. Rodriguez wept with the quiet relief of someone who had been holding her breath for weeks. But as Clarence walked home through streets painted gold by afternoon light, he noticed something that hadn't been there before, a faint echo of those dark woods lingering in his own awareness, not his fear, but somehow present in the spaces between his thoughts. The pattern repeated over the following days, with the gentle persistence of rain that doesn't announce itself but gradually soaks everything it touches. A teenager named Marcus, whose anxiety about his uncertain future manifested as dreams where he ran through endless hallways lined with doors he couldn't open. An elderly widower whose sleep was visited by his departed wife, but in forms that brought confusion rather than comfort. A postal worker whose dreams got caught in repetitive loops, like records skipping on scratched grooves. Each time, Clarence offered his presence like a steady shore where turbulent waters could find rest. He would sit with them in the particular silence that precedes healing, humming melodies that existed only in the space between memory and hope. His gift worked, as it always had, not taking away their pain, but creating space for it to transform into something they could carry more lightly. But something else was happening, subtle, as the way shadows lengthen without being noticed. After each session, Clarence found himself carrying faint impressions that weren't quite his own, the taste of Marcus's anxiety like copper pennies on his tongue, the weight of the widower's confusion settling between his shoulder blades, the dizzy repetition of the postal worker's trapped dreams making his own thoughts skip like stones on water. It wasn't the sharp absorption doctor Meridian had warned against, not the dangerous sponging up of other people's pain. It was more like the way clothes gradually absorb the scent of places they've been, so subtle you don't notice until you've accumulated enough impressions to create their own atmosphere. His own dreams, usually clear spaces where his spirit could stretch and breathe, began to feel crowded with whispers that weren't quite his own. One evening, as he prepared his usual tea, Clarence found himself staring at the steam rising from his cup and seeing not just vapor, but the faint, shimmering anxieties of a dozen different hearts. The realization arrived with the gentle certainty of dawn. He was learning to carry others' dreams without drowning in them, but he hadn't yet learned how to set them down completely. Mira appeared in the kitchen doorway as if summoned by his recognition, carrying the blue enamel basin and sprigs of rosemary that smelled like green promises and ancient wisdom. "The weight is showing in your shoulders," she observed, with the matter-of-fact tenderness she brought to all necessary truths. Time for deeper waters. They performed the ritual with extra care that evening. 3 breaths that felt more like prayers, rosemary steam that seemed to carry away more than just the day's accumulated worries. But even as Clarence felt the borrowed anxieties loosen their grip on his awareness, he understood that something more was needed. His gift was growing, deepening, and with that growth came the need for more sophisticated ways of maintaining the boundaries between witness and absorption. "I've been thinking," Iris said when he shared his observations the next evening, her fingers already reaching for the small canvas bag she carried everywhere. "About aftercare. Not just for the people you help, but for you." She produced a card painted in a color that existed somewhere between the green of Mira's rosemary and the blue of evening sky, a shade that seemed to breathe with its own gentle life. "Put this on your chest for 60 seconds after each session. It's the color of return, not an idea, but an instruction to your nervous system." Henrik offered a different kind of medicine when Clarence visited the clock shop the following afternoon. 3 chimes, the old clockmaker said, placing a small brass bell beside the register with the same reverence he brought to his most delicate timepieces. "Ring it at the end of each evening's work. 1 for breath, 1 for your name, 1 for gratitude. Tell time what you're doing so it can help you remember where you end and others begin." Miss Thorne, appearing from between library stacks at exactly the moment he needed her wisdom, traded another line from her invisible collection for a loaf of Mira's rosemary bread. "When borrowed dreams won't unlatch," she said, tucking the bread into her bag as if it were a rare manuscript, "whisper this. Walk with me to the edge of the meadow, then rest. It teaches the dream where your boundary is." These tools felt like small anchors in increasingly turbulent waters, and Clarence began to use them with the devotion of someone learning a new language of self-preservation. The painted card on his chest after each session, cool and smooth as riverstones, the bell's 3 clear notes marking the end of each evening's work, the whispered phrase that helped lingering dreams find their way back to their rightful owners. Still, there were nights when the accumulated weight felt heavier than usual, when his own reflection seemed to shimmer with the faces of all the people he'd helped find rest. On one such evening, walking home from a session with twins who had been sharing nightmares across their cribs, he heard the faint sound of music drifting from a street he'd never explored. Not melody exactly, but rhythm, the gentle percussion of spoon against ceramic that suggested warmth and welcome. A small chalkboard on the wall. Sidewalk caught the streetlight. Open late. Stories welcome. The midnight spoon. Through windows glowing with amber light, he could see a scatter of mismatched tables, a worn sofa with a blanket folded just so, and a bulletin board where people had pinned notes that looked like small prayers written on napkins and receipt paper. The woman behind the counter moved with the unhurried grace of someone who understood that the best healing often happened over shared warmth in the small hours when defenses were down and truth could be spoken without armor. She looked up as he paused at the window, and her smile carried the particular recognition that passes between people who work in the borderlands of human experience. "Tomorrow," Iris said when he described the cafe, her eyes bright with the gleam she carried when an idea found its perfect color. "They have a back room where insomniacs paint, and the owner makes chamomile that tastes like childhood's best memories. I think your lullabies would find good company there." That night, before sleep found him, Clarence opened his notebook to a fresh page and wrote, Carrying dreams is a tide. My work is to be the shoreline, not the sea." He drew a small bell beside the words and coloured it with Iris's aftercare shade, then added a star in the corner for Ms. Thorne's wisdom. As he lay in the darkness with curtains open to let moonlight paint gentle patterns on the walls, he felt the town settling around him like a living thing, learning to breathe more deeply. Mrs. Patterson's clock chimed a soft hour that belonged less to numbers than to the feeling of being held. From the kitchen, the basin waited on its hook, ready for tomorrow's ritual. On the table, the brass bell caught starlight and held it like a promise. He wasn't alone in this work anymore. Mira with her rosemary wisdom, Henrik with his patient time, Iris with her colours of permission, Ms. Thorne with her invisible library of first lines and gentle spells. He was one light in a constellation of helpers, each offering their own way of tending the world's need for gentleness. Tomorrow would bring the midnight spoon and whatever new understanding waited in its warm, story-filled spaces. But tonight, surrounded by the tools and wisdom that had been offered to help him carry his gift more lightly, Clarence breathed with the rhythm of someone who had learned that healing others began with learning to heal the healer, that the most sustainable kindness was the kind that knew how to replenish itself from the same deep wells it drew from to serve others. The night folded around him like a comfortable blanket, full of quiet promise and the understanding that some gifts grew stronger not by carrying more, but by learning to carry more wisely. The morning after discovering the midnight spoon carried Clarence through his daily routines with the gentle anticipation of someone approaching a door they knew would open to exactly what they needed. He used Iris's painted card after each session with growing fluency, felt Henrik's brass bell mark the end of his evening work with 3 clear notes, and whispered Ms. Thorne's boundary phrase to dreams that lingered too long in his awareness. But beneath these practiced rituals, something deeper was stirring, a recognition that his gift was asking for new forms of expression, new ways of being present for the world's unquiet hearts. Evening arrived wrapped in the particular hush that settles over small towns when day workers have gone home and night workers begin their gentler shifts. Clarence walked toward the glowing windows of the midnight spoon with the unhurried pace of someone who understood that the best discoveries came to those who approached mystery with patience rather than urgency. The chalkboard sign stood like a quiet invitation. Open late, stories, welcome. The aroma drifting from within was a complex symphony of chamomile, coffee, and something indefinable that smelled like shared understanding and the particular comfort that comes from being seen without judgment. The door opened to warmth that went beyond temperature, revealing a space that had been transformed by years of careful attention to what troubled hearts actually needed. Mismatched wooden tables and chairs were scattered across worn floors that had absorbed countless conversations, each piece of furniture positioned with the unconscious wisdom of someone who understood that healing often happened in the spaces between formal arrangements. String lights hung like captured stars, casting pools of amber comfort that seemed to absorb harsh edges and invite whispered confidences. A deep sofa, softened by decades of patient waiting, offered refuge to anyone who needed to sink into something that would hold them without question. "You must be Clarence," said the woman behind the counter, looking up from a steaming mug with eyes that held the particular recognition that passes between people who work in the borderlands of human experience. She was perhaps 45, with silver-streaked hair pulled back in a way that suggested function over fashion, and hands that bore the honest calluses of someone who understood that comfort often came through the patient repetition of simple tasks. "I'm Elena," she continued, extending a palm that carried the warmth of someone who had learned to offer healing
through presence rather than procedure. I trained as a nurse before I learned that some healing happens better over shared tea than in clinical settings. Iris mentioned you were someone who knew how to sit with difficult things without trying to fix them immediately. The cafe hummed with the quiet activity of people who had found refuge in its amber-lit spaces. An elderly man worked a crossword puzzle with the focused attention of someone using routine to keep larger anxieties at bay. A woman with paint-stained fingers sketched in a notebook while nursing tea that promised to make everything feel manageable. Near the window, a young father held a baby who had clearly decided that 3 a.m. was the perfect time for wide-eyed observation of the world, his shoulders carrying the particular exhaustion that comes with love, stretched thin by sleeplessness. As Clarence settled at a small table where evening light could still offer its blessing, Elena appeared with a mug that steamed with something more complex than simple chamomile. "House blend," she said quietly. "It listens before it warms." The tea tasted of earth and quiet promises, carrying undertones that seemed to steady whatever restless currents might be moving through his awareness. The cafe revealed itself to be more than just a sanctuary for insomniacs. It was a gathering place for people who worked in the quiet hours when the world's defenses were down. Marcus, a massage therapist whose hands could find the exact spot where worry had settled into muscle and bone. Sarah, whose art therapy sessions gave trauma a place to live outside the body for a while. Others who moved through the space with the unhurried grace of people who understood that the most profound work often happened not in grand gestures, but in the accumulation of small kindnesses. When the young father approached with desperate hope in his eyes, speaking of a baby who slept during the day but remembered some nameless fear when darkness fell, Clarence felt the familiar tug of someone's pain calling for witness. But this time he paused before responding, checking inward with Elena's quiet guidance, a practice she had learned in her nursing days and adapted for those who worked with hearts rather than bodies. "What belongs to you right now?" she had asked earlier, teaching him questions that could serve as anchors. "What are you borrowing? What is ready to be returned?" The melody that emerged as he hummed for the restless infant was different from his usual lullabies, something that tasted of starlight and the patience of trees that had learned to grow slowly toward whatever light was available. He didn't try to banish the vastness that frightened such a small soul, but instead imagined himself becoming a steady point of reference in that infinity, a gentle reminder that even in overwhelming space, there were places where love gathered and held its ground. As weeks settled into rhythm, the midnight spoon became woven into the fabric of Clarence's understanding of his gift. Henrik contributed a clock whose chime was more sigh than sound, adjusted to keep what he called cafe time, lingering where lingering was needed, hurrying only boiling water. Miss Thorne supplied napkins stamped with first lines that people took home like talismans. Iris painted a series of small canvases in colors that gave permission for feelings to exist without explanation. But even surrounded by this community of understanding, Clarence found himself wrestling with the growing weight of accumulated dreams. Some nights he lay in bed feeling crowded by whispers that weren't quite his own, borrowed anxieties that clung like morning mist, refusing to lift even when the sun climbed high. It was Eleanor who noticed first, her training making her sensitive to the subtle signs of someone carrying more than their share. "You're absorbing," she said gently one evening, as they cleaned up after a particularly full night of quiet healings. "Not intentionally, but consistently. Like cloth that's been used to clean too many surfaces without being wrung out." She taught him rituals more sophisticated than the ones he'd learned from Mira and the others,
salt water for his feet to remember the ground they stood on, mirror work to see himself rather than the reflection of everyone he'd helped, 3 questions to ask at the end of each day that would help him distinguish between witness and absorption. The practice felt strange at first, almost selfish after years of focusing primarily on others' needs. But gradually Clarence began to recognize the wisdom in Elena's approach. He couldn't be a steady shore for others' turbulent waters if he allowed himself to become lost in those same currents. The most sustainable kindness was the kind that knew how to replenish itself from the same deep wells it drew from to serve others. On a Tuesday evening that would mark his first official shift at the cafe, he arrived early with a small bouquet from the dream garden and placed it near the register. He rang his bell once to greet the room, breath, and watched the door begin its evening work of admitting people to a space that didn't ask them to be anything other than exactly how they were. The night unfolded with the gentle rhythm he was learning to recognize. Some conversations tumbling over themselves to be witnessed, others woven from silence and the patient percussion of spoon against ceramic. When a woman arrived carrying grief like a heavy coat she couldn't remove, speaking of dreams where her departed husband was always walking away, Clarence found himself able to offer presence without absorption, witness without drowning. The melody he hummed for her wasn't meant to stop her husband from leaving in her dreams, but to help her find the strength to let him go with blessing rather than desperation. As her breathing gradually found its own peaceful rhythm, Clarence felt only his own quiet satisfaction, his own gentle tiredness, his own dreams waiting to welcome him home. Walking back through streets painted silver by moonlight, he carried the understanding that had been slowly growing through all his encounters with Henrik's patient clocks, Iris's permissive colors, Miss Thorne's invisible library, and now Elena's sustainable wisdom. He was learning to be both lighthouse and harbor, offering steady light to guide others safely to shore, while maintaining his own solid foundation in the bedrock of self-knowledge and community care. The green notebook waited on his kitchen table, and he wrote with letters steadier than his day's footsteps. The cafe teaches that healing is not about emptying yourself for others, but about staying so full of your own light that you can afford to share it generously without fear of running out. Tomorrow would bring new opportunities for gentle service, new chances to help the world remember its own capacity for kindness. But tonight belonged to the deeper understanding that the most profound healing came not from carrying others' pain, but from creating space where that pain could transform in its own time, witnessed by someone who had learned the delicate art of being present without being consumed. Somewhere in the distance, Mrs. Patterson's voice could still be heard weaving lullabies into the darkness, accompanied by the faithful chiming of a clock that had remembered how to keep time with the heart. The town breathed a little easier, and Clarence carried that rhythm into sleep, knowing that he was part of a constellation of helpers, each offering their own way of tending the world's need for gentleness, each learning to give from fullness rather than emptiness, each discovering that the most sustainable love was the kind that knew how to replenish itself from the same deep wells it drew from to serve others. The understanding that had bloomed at the midnight spoon that healing flowed from fullness rather than emptiness carried Clarence through the following weeks with what felt like steadiness, but beneath the surface something else was stirring. Not the sharp absorption Elena had taught him to guard against, but a deeper, more pervasive weariness that accumulated like morning mist, refusing to lift even when the sun climbed high. He found himself moving through his days with increasing effort, as if walking through water that grew thicker with each step. It began with small things that he almost didn't notice. The taste of morning rain felt muted, flat, stripped of its usual clarity. The familiar comfort of Mira's sandwiches seemed to lose some essential kindness, becoming merely bread and tomato rather than edible love. His own reflection in bathroom mirrors looked crowded, his features shimmering as if seen through water, disturbed by too many stones thrown into its depths. The dreams he carried home from the cafe grew heavier, clinging like morning mist that refused to burn off. Marcus's anxiety tasted like copper pennies on his tongue long after their session ended. The widower's confusion settled between his shoulder blades like a weight he couldn't quite shift. The postal worker's repetitive dream loops made his own thoughts skip like records on scratched grooves, even during daylight hours when his mind should have been clear. He was, he realized with the slow recognition that comes with exhaustion, hummed out. His well of melodies felt shallow, the lullabies emerging from his throat like water from a nearly dry spring, present but strained, lacking their usual generous flow. The green notebook lay unopened on his kitchen table, its pages waiting for observations he no longer felt capable of making. Henrik noticed first his clockmaker's sensitivity attuned to mechanisms under stress. When Clarence visited the shop one afternoon, moving with the careful precision of someone trying not to disturb something fragile within himself, the old man looked up from a delicate pocket watch and set down his tools. "Listen," Henrik said, tilting a small mantel clock so its mechanism's stubbornness had a voice, a tight, resistant ticking that spoke of a mainspring wound too tight. "It's not refusing to move, it's protecting itself. If I force it now, I'll break it. Sometimes the kindest repair is to let it unwind all the way." The words landed in Clarence's chest like stones dropped into still water, sending ripples of recognition through spaces he had been trying to ignore. "How?" he asked, not ashamed of needing to be taught again something he had taught so many others. "Rest without agenda," Henrik answered gently. "No fixing. No reading about fixing. Ask your body Elena's questions and accept the first answer, even if it's inconvenient." That evening, at the midnight spoon, Elena watched him move through the familiar rituals with the careful attention she brought to all matters that touched the heart of someone's calling. When a young woman arrived, carrying grief so profound it seemed to pull light from the room, speaking of dreams where her departed husband was always just out of reach, Clarence felt the boundaries he had worked so carefully to build dissolve like sandcastles meeting incoming tide. He offered his presence, hummed the softest melody he knew, but for the first time the gesture felt empty, the magic gone out of it. He reached for Iris's painted card, rang Henrik's bell, whispered Ms. Thorne's boundary phrase, but the rituals felt like movements without meaning, form without substance. "A week," Elena said after the cafe had emptied, and they stood among chairs that held the memory of the evening's quiet healings. "No sessions. You can sit here as a guest and drink tea. You can hum for yourself. I'll cover the lullabies." She counted on her fingers, making the request something he could hold. Use the basin, the salt, the mirror. Eat soup. Sleep. And when you think you should be using the time, don't. Time is using you all the time. Let it set you down for a while. Mira pressed sprigs of rosemary into his hands that night, with a look that meant she was both asking and insisting. Iris appeared the next morning with a small canvas painted the color of rest, the not quite blue of early morning when the world agrees to be soft. "Put it by your bed," she said. "It tells your nervous system what the room is for." He thought of saying no. The town was gentle but persistent in its needs, and he had never liked disappointing anyone. But when he looked in the mirror that evening, he saw not just his own face but the accumulated expressions of everyone he had comforted, and he understood that Elena's prescription wasn't kindness but necessity. On the third day of his intentional rest, a letter arrived, its envelope thick with the promise of something important. Dr. Meridian's familiar handwriting danced across the page like captured music. My dear Clarence, I sense you are in a season of stillness. Remember what we learned about the clocks that choose to pause. They are not broken, but resting, gathering strength for a new rhythm. Perhaps you might find comfort in the quiet of the campus library, among stories that have learned to wait patiently for their readers. The words were a gentle current rather than a flood, stirring something within him he hadn't realized was completely dormant. He didn't go immediately. The inertia of exhaustion was a heavy cloak, but the idea, once planted, began to grow with the subtle persistence of vines finding their way toward light. He learned that resting was a skill like any other, one that improved with practice and permission. There were hours when his body vibrated with old momentum, when he wanted to rise and steady someone else's breath. He would touch the basin, smell the rosemary, ask Elena's 3 questions. What belongs to you right now? What are you borrowing? What is ready to be returned? And trust the first answers even when they were inconvenient. Sleep found him gradually, the way wild animals approach trust, slowly, then all at once. He dreamed not of other people's hallways and forests, but of the jasmine grove where he had arrived, soft white flowers luminous in their impossible valley. He heard his own voice say the phrase he had written on so many notes, "Here you are." Only this time it was to himself. One morning he woke with a memory of a dream that was entirely his own, walking through a field of wildflowers, their colors vibrant and distinct, the air clear and clean. He rose feeling something he had almost forgotten, his own hunger, his own tiredness, his own simple human needs, uncolored by borrowed sorrows. At the library, a book waited as if someone had placed it specifically for him. The Art of the Pause. He read about the wisdom of trees that shed their leaves to conserve energy, of rivers that pause in deep pools before continuing their journey, of the necessary silences in music that give meaning to the notes. The afternoon light painted dust motes gold as understanding settled into his bones. The stillness he had feared was not emptiness, but fertile ground for renewal. When he returned to the Midnight Spoon a week later, he didn't announce it. He took a corner table and let himself be a guest. Elena slid tea to him with a look that said, "I know what this cost and I'm proud." He didn't take everything back at once, offered a hum for the room rather than for a single person, trusted that not every ache needed his specific presence to find its way toward ease. The storm inside hadn't disappeared like weather leaving town. It had unwound the way Henrik's mainspring unwound, protecting the mechanism by releasing its grip. He found himself waking with his own dreams more consistently, dreams that smelled of bread and clean soap and afternoon light. Walking home through streets painted silver by moonlight, he carried new understanding in his chest like a small, warm light. His job had always been smaller and more beautiful than saving anyone. He was a porch light, not the sun, steady and welcoming, illuminating whatever small corner of the world needed gentle tending, but drawing power from sources that knew how to replenish themselves. The green notebook waited on his kitchen table, and he wrote with letters steadier than winter wind. Even a shoreline needs to rest from the tide. The most sustainable kindness is the kind that knows how to return to its own deep wells. That night, as he placed Iris's rest-colored canvas where moonlight could find it, he sensed a shift at the edge of things, not urgent, not terrifying, just a slightly altered rhythm that suggested the town might soon be asking for something new. He breathed in, breathed out, and did not hurry toward it.
Some gifts grew stronger not by carrying more, but by learning to carry more wisely. He slept as if sleep were a gift he was finally willing to receive, and somewhere beyond his window the world continued its patient work of holding itself as it had before he arrived and would after he left. His part was to be present for what needed witnessing, to offer his light generously, but never at the cost of the source that made such generosity possible. The shift Clarence had sensed at the edge of things announced itself on a Tuesday morning that arrived wrapped in the kind of restless energy that precedes thunderstorms, when the air holds its breath and even the sparrows seem to pause mid-flight, listening for something just beyond the range of ordinary hearing. He woke with his own dreams intact, a good sign, Elena would have said, but carrying an unusual awareness of the town's collective rhythm, as if his week of intentional rest had somehow tuned him to frequencies he hadn't noticed before. The phone began ringing before he had finished his morning tea, not with the gentle urgency of individual need, but with something more pervasive, a pattern that suggested the whole community was struggling to find its footing. Mrs. Chen called about her grandson's return to restless nights, though she couldn't explain what had changed. The postal worker mentioned that half his route seemed to be suffering from insomnia, their mail piling up as if no one could muster the energy for ordinary tasks. Even Henrik's voice carried an uncharacteristic tension when he called to say that several of his clocks had begun keeping erratic time, as if the very mechanism of rest had been disturbed. Walking through the market square that afternoon, Clarence felt the town's unease like a low-frequency hum beneath the surface of normal activity. People moved with a subdued energy, their conversations punctuated by longer pauses than usual. Children played with less abandon, their laughter muted. Even the dogs seemed to sleep with one eye open, their usual contentment replaced by a watchful restlessness that made the air itself feel crowded with unspoken anxiety. It was near Peterson's bakery that he encountered the moving truck, its license plates bearing the dust of distant states, and its cargo speaking of lives uprooted with the particular care that comes when moving isn't choice but necessity. The Hendricks place, empty since Mrs. Hendricks had moved to live with her daughter, was being inhabited again by a family whose very presence seemed to carry its own weather system. A woman emerged from the house, perhaps 35, with the hollow-eyed exhaustion that Clarence had learned to recognize as grief wearing itself thin through constant motion. She moved with the careful precision of someone trying not to disturb something fragile within herself. And when their eyes met across the street, he felt not just her individual pain, but something larger, a trauma so vast it was seeking additional hearts to help carry its weight. "Excuse me," she called, crossing the street with steps that carried both hope and wariness. "I'm Sarah Mitchell. We just moved here from Millbrook. I mean, the other Millbrook in Pennsylvania. I know this sounds strange, but people there said if we ever found ourselves in a place called Millbrook, with someone named Clarence who helped with difficult sleep, we should—" She paused, her hands making the helpless gesture of someone trying to catch something too large for words. The story emerged gradually over tea at the Midnight Spoon, where Eleanor listened with the focused attention she brought to all matters that touched the heart of healing. Sarah and her family had fled their hometown after a factory fire that had claimed 17 lives, including her husband Tom, who had worked the night shift to support their 2 young children. The trauma had spread through their Millbrook like ripples from a stone thrown into still water, leaving nearly everyone struggling with sleep that brought visions of smoke and the sound of sirens that never seemed to arrive in time. "We thought moving would help," Sarah continued, her voice carrying the particular exhaustion that comes from carrying both your own grief and your children's. "But it's like we brought the nightmares with us. Emma, she's 8, keeps dreaming about fires that won't go out.
Jack, he's only 5, but he wakes up asking if Daddy is still burning. Her hands trembled slightly as she set down her cup. And I think our pain is somehow spreading to your town. People who have no reason to dream of fire are dreaming of fire. Is that possible? Clarence felt understanding, bloom in his chest like warmth, spreading from cupped hands around hot tea. Some griefs were too vast for individual containers, too profound to be processed in isolation. Sarah's family hadn't just brought their belongings to Millbrook, they had brought a trauma so deep it was seeking every available channel to help carry its weight, like a river in flood that couldn't be contained by its original banks. "It's possible," he said, gently, thinking of Dr. Meridian's lessons about time that chose to pause, of Henrik's clocks that learned to keep heart time instead of mechanical time. Some experiences are too large for one family to hold alone. Your pain is asking the community to help you carry it, but the community doesn't know what it's being asked to hold. That evening, as the midnight spoon filled with its usual gathering of gentle insomniacs, Elena watched the room with her nurse's eye for patterns. "Collective trauma," she murmured, providing a framework for understanding what Clarence's gift had sensed intuitively. "It's like emotional contagion, but deeper. The whole community's nervous system is trying to process something that happened to people they've never met." The solution, when it came, felt both obvious and revolutionary. Instead of individual sessions scattered across days and weeks, what if they created space for the community to process this borrowed grief together? A gathering where the town could acknowledge what it was carrying, witness Sarah's family's pain without trying to fix it, and learn to hold space for trauma that wasn't originally theirs, but had somehow become part of their collective story. Henrik contributed wisdom along with a special clock, one that chimed not hours, but breaths, keeping time with the rhythm of shared healing rather than individual schedules. "Some healing," he said as he adjusted the mechanism with infinite care, "requires us to synchronize not with mechanical time, but with the deeper rhythms that connect heart to heart." Iris painted invitations on cards the color of smoke clearing, not hiding the difficulty, but promising that it could be faced together. Each card seemed to breathe with its own gentle life, offering permission for whatever emotions might need room to move. Miss Thorne offered the library's main room after hours, a space large enough to hold both the community and whatever feelings might emerge when people agreed to witness what they had been unconsciously carrying. The evening arrived wrapped in the particular hush that settles over gatherings where people aren't sure what they're agreeing to witness but trust the person who has asked them to come. The library's main room had been arranged not in rows but in a gentle spiral, chairs positioned so everyone could see everyone else, creating a container where individual faces could be held by the larger circle. Sarah sat near the center with Emma and Jack, flanked by neighbors they barely knew, but who had somehow become willing to share the weight of their loss. Mrs. Chen was there, and the postal worker, and Henrik, with his hands folded in patient attention. Even some who hadn't been directly affected by the spreading insomnia had come, drawn by an intuitive understanding that healing sometimes required the presence of those who could witness without being overwhelmed. Clarence took his place not as leader, but as one voice in a larger chorus, understanding that this kind of healing required not a single, steady note, but a harmony built from many different voices finding their way toward the same song. When he began to hum, it wasn't the lullaby he had learned from Miss Thorne or any melody he had used before. It was something that tasted of smoke clearing, of dawn arriving after the longest night, of communities learning to hold what individuals couldn't carry alone. One by one, other voices joined, not singing words, but offering the simple gift of breath made audible, of presence, willing to witness what needed to be seen. The sound that emerged wasn't pretty in any conventional sense, but it was profound, the collective exhale of a community that had been holding its breath without realizing it, finally learning to breathe together in rhythm. Sarah's tears came not as breakdown, but as release, and her children, seeing their mother's pain witnessed and held by so many gentle hearts, found their own small voices joining the wordless chorus. The session lasted longer than any individual healing Clarence had ever facilitated, but it felt different too, less like one person emptying themselves for others, and more like a community learning to breathe together, to hold space for pain that was too large for any single heart to process alone. When it ended, the silence that followed wasn't empty, but full, pregnant with the understanding that some healing happened not through individual transformation, but through collective witness. People didn't rush to leave, but lingered, touching hands, sharing quiet words, as if the evening had created connections that needed time to settle into their new configurations. Walking home through streets that felt subtly different, not lighter exactly, but more spacious, as if the air itself had learned to hold more complexity, Clarence carried the understanding that his gift was evolving again. He was learning to be not just a lighthouse for individual souls lost in their own darkness, but a tuning fork that could help entire communities find their way back to harmonious rhythm. The green notebook waited on his kitchen table, and he wrote with letters steadier than evening wind. Some grief is too vast for individual containers. The community that learns to share the weight of trauma discovers its own capacity for healing that no single person could accomplish alone. Tonight we learned that witness, when offered collectively, can transform what seemed unbearable into something that can be carried with grace. Tomorrow would bring new opportunities to tend this larger understanding, new chances to help not just individuals but entire communities remember their own capacity for collective kindness. But tonight belonged to the deeper recognition that healing sometimes required not the intimacy of one-on-one witness, but the spaciousness of many hearts learning to beat in rhythm, creating together what none could create alone. Somewhere in the distance, he could hear the faint echo of many voices still humming, as if the evening's harmony had taken root in the town's very foundations, promising that some songs, once begun in community, continue long after the formal gathering ends. Sarah's family would still carry their grief, but now they carried it within a web of understanding that made the weight bearable. And Clarence carried the knowledge that his gift had found a new expression, not just helping individuals find peace, but helping communities discover their own capacity to hold each other's pain until it transformed into something that could be carried with love rather than desperation. The harmony that had taken root in the library's main room continued to resonate through Millbrook's daily rhythms, like ripples spreading from a stone dropped into still water, and Clarence found himself walking through streets that hummed with a subtly different energy. 3 weeks had passed since the collective witnessing, and the town wore its newfound understanding like a comfortable sweater, not flashy, but warming everything it touched. Sarah's children still carried their grief, but the sharp edges of their nightmares had begun to blur, replaced by dreams where their father walked, not in fire, but through sun-dappled meadows, waving goodbye with a gentle smile. The morning arrived wrapped in the kind of gentle clarity that follows meaningful work, when the air seems to hold itself more kindly and possibilities feel closer to the surface. Clarence sat at his kitchen table with the green notebook open, writing in careful script. Collective witness changes the weight of individual sorrow. The words carried the warmth of recent understanding, how a community learning to breathe together could transform what seemed unbearable into something that could be carried with grace. But even as satisfaction settled into his chest, like morning light through clean windows, he sensed something else stirring at the edges of his awareness, not urgent, not troubling, but present, the way you feel a change in weather before the sky announces it. The town's rhythm had shifted, yes, but towards something larger than he had anticipated. Word of what had happened in Millbrook was travelling through networks he hadn't known existed, carried by people who understood that some healing couldn't be found in textbooks or hospitals. The first sign came through Henrik, who mentioned it while adjusting a clock that had begun keeping what he called threshold time, marking not hours but the delicate moments when one state of being prepared to become another. "There's a woman been asking?"
"About you," he said, his voice carrying the careful neutrality he brought to all matters that might change someone's life. "Traveling nurse. Works with people who are transitioning. She's heard about what happened here, about someone who knows how to sit with difficult passages without trying to rush them toward resolution." The second sign arrived through Miss Thorne, who appeared from between library stacks with a book that seemed to breathe with its own gentle life, The Art of Accompaniment. "This one's been waiting for the right reader," she said, placing it in his hands with the reverence she brought to all sacred exchanges. "It's about learning to walk alongside people who are navigating the space between one kind of existence and another." The third sign came through the Midnight Spoon itself, where Eleanor mentioned that someone had called asking about the town that had learned to hold collective grief, about whether there might be space for someone whose work involved helping people find peace, not in sleep, but in the final letting go that came at the end of all earthly struggles. When Clarence finally met her, it was on a Thursday afternoon that carried the scent of wood smoke and the last brave chrysanthemums refusing to acknowledge winter's approach. He had been walking toward the market square when he noticed her standing near Peterson's bakery, not waiting for anything specific, but present in the way people are when they're learning to read a new place's rhythm before announcing themselves. She was perhaps his age, with dark hair pulled back in a way that suggested function over fashion, and clothes that carried the subtle markers of someone who moved through the world as a professional helper. Comfortable shoes, a bag large enough to hold whatever tools her work required, hands that rested with the patient readiness of those accustomed to being needed. When their eyes met across the morning bustle, he felt not the sharp tug of individual pain calling for witness, but something more complex, a recognition that passed between people who worked in similar territories of the heart. "You're Clarence," she said, as she approached. Not quite a question, but acknowledgement of something she had already confirmed through careful observation. "I'm Elena Vasquez. I've been hearing about Millbrook, about a community that learned to hold difficult things together, about someone who understands that healing isn't always about making pain go away, but about helping people find peace within whatever they're carrying." Her voice carried the particular weight of someone who had witnessed countless transitions, each one sacred, each one requiring its own form of presence. As they settled onto a bench beneath an old maple whose leaves were performing their final golden dance before winter's rest, she spoke of her work with the matter-of-fact tenderness that comes from years of practice. "I'm a traveling nurse," she explained, "but not the kind who
works with bodies trying to heal. I work with people who are preparing to let go, helping them find peace in their final passage when medical intervention has done everything it knows how to do except teach them how to die with dignity." She paused, watching a sparrow navigate the morning breeze with effortless grace. "I've been moving for 8 years now, hospital to hospital, family to family.
but I'm tired of saying goodbye just when trust has been built. I heard about this place through networks of people who do similar work. Heard about someone who could help people find rest without trying to fix what couldn't be fixed. Clarence felt understanding, bloom in his chest, like warmth spreading from cupped hands around hot tea. Here was someone whose gift complemented his own in ways he hadn't imagined possible. Where he helped people find peace within life's difficult passages, she helped them find peace in life's final passage. Where he worked with the restless living, she worked with those preparing to rest permanently. "The work is sacred," she continued, her gaze following the dance of leaves that had learned to trust the wind. "Sitting with families who need permission to stop fighting battles that can't be won, helping children say goodbye to grandparents, offering presents to those who are dying alone because their loved ones can't bear to witness the transition." Her bag, she explained, contained not medical equipment, but tools for a different kind of healing. Lavender oil for calming anxious spirits, small bells whose clear tones could help guide consciousness toward whatever waited beyond the threshold of breath, cards painted in colors that gave permission for letting go. As the afternoon unfolded around them like a flower opening in slow motion, they discovered the deep parallels in their work. Both navigated the borderlands between one state of being and another. Both understood that the most profound healing often required presence rather than intervention. Both had learned that some passages could only be eased, never eliminated, and that the gift lay not in taking away difficulty, but in helping people find peace within it. "I think," Eleanor said as shadows began to lengthen toward evening, "our paths were meant to cross. You help people navigate the passage from waking to sleeping. I help them navigate the passage from living to letting go. Both are about trust, about surrender, about finding peace in the unknown." That evening, Elena joined him at the Midnight Spoon, where the cafe owner, who shared her name but carried a different kind of healing presence, welcomed her with the immediate recognition that passes between people who work in similar territories. The back room, Elena explained, had been waiting for exactly this purpose, a quiet space where families could gather when medical options had been exhausted, and the only remaining work was learning how to love someone through their final passage. Their first collaboration came sooner than expected. Mrs. Patterson's neighbor, an elderly man whose family had gathered to say goodbye but couldn't find peace with their decision to stop aggressive treatment, needed the kind of witness that neither could provide alone. Clarence sat with the adult children while Eleanor sat with their father, and together they created a space where grief could move freely without being rushed toward resolution, where love could be expressed in letting go rather than holding on. The melody Clarence hummed wasn't meant to make the dying easier or the grief lighter, but to help everyone present remember that some passages required not resistance, but accompaniment. Elena's presence helped the old man find his way toward whatever waited beyond breath, while Clarence's lullabies helped his family find their way toward a grief that could be carried with love rather than desperation. Walking home through streets painted silver by moonlight, they moved with the comfortable silence of people who had discovered their work could be deepened through collaboration rather than diminished by sharing. "I've never worked with someone who understood that healing and dying aren't opposites," Elena said, her voice carrying the satisfaction of recognition finally given voice. "I've never worked with someone who could help me understand that some of my lullabies were meant for final sleep," Clarence replied, thinking of all the melodies that had emerged from his throat over the years, some meant for temporary rest and others, he now realized, for the permanent peace that came at the end of all earthly struggles. The town absorbed Elena's presence with the same organic acceptance it had shown for all the gentle healers who had found their way to its streets. Henrik adjusted a clock to chime not hours, but the rhythm of peaceful breathing, understanding that some timekeeping required attention to transitions rather than duration. Iris painted a series of small canvases in colors that gave permission for letting go, not the harsh finality of endings, but the gentle release of leaves, learning to trust the wind. Miss Thorne offered books from her invisible collection, stories that existed in the space between memory and eternity, tales that could only be read by those preparing to become stories themselves. As autumn deepened into the patient preparation for winter's rest, Clarence found his understanding of his own gift expanding in directions he hadn't anticipated. He was learning to be not just a lighthouse for individual souls or a tuning fork for community harmony, but part of a larger constellation of healers who worked together to tend the full spectrum of human passage, from birth through all the small dyings and rebirths of daily life to the final transition that awaited everyone. The green notebook received new entries written in 2 different hands, a conversation conducted in ink about the sacred trust involved in helping souls navigate their most profound transformations. Elena's steady script appeared beside his own careful letters. Some partnerships teach us that our gifts were never meant to work alone. We have learned that lullabies and letting go are different verses of the same song, both necessary, both sacred, both requiring presence that doesn't try to change the outcome but simply witnesses it with love. On an evening that marked their first month of working together, as they sat in the quiet room after helping a family say goodbye to their matriarch, Clarence felt something settle in his chest like a key finding its lock. His gift had found its deepest expression not in individual healing or even community witness, but in this collaboration that honored both the living and the dying with equal reverence. Outside, the town settled into its evening rhythm, porch lights twinkling like earthbound stars. Mrs. Patterson's voice could still be heard weaving lullabies into the darkness, but now those melodies carried new harmonies, Elena's quiet presence, the community's learned capacity to hold difficult things together, the understanding that some forms of peace could only be achieved through the collaboration of those who tended different aspects of the same fundamental human journey. Tomorrow would bring new opportunities to serve this deeper calling, new chances to help families navigate the space between fighting and surrendering, between holding on and letting go. But tonight belonged to the recognition that some gifts grew stronger, not by working harder, but by learning to work in harmony with others whose calling complemented rather than competed with their own. Somewhere in the distance, a train offered its lonesome song to the darkness, and everything felt exactly as it should be, patient, purposeful, and full of quiet promise that the most profound healing often happened not through individual effort, but through the collaboration of hearts that had learned to beat in rhythm, creating together what none could create alone. The partnership with Eleanor had deepened through the changing seasons, and as spring began its tentative conversation with winter's retreat, Clarence found himself walking the familiar streets of Millbrook with new eyes. Their work together had settled into a rhythm that felt both natural and sacred, he offering presence for those navigating the temporary passages of restless sleep, she providing comfort for those approaching the final threshold. But something else was stirring in the spaces between their shared sessions, a recognition that their gifts were asking for a different kind of expression. It was Elena who first gave voice to what had been growing quietly in both their hearts. They were walking past the empty lot behind the old church, where wild grasses had learned to sing in whatever wind found them, when she paused and placed her palm against the weathered fence post. "This ground remembers things," she said, her voice carrying the Particular attention she brought to spaces where healing might take root. I can feel it, all the tears that have been shed here, all the prayers that have been whispered into this earth. It's waiting for something. Clarence felt the tug of recognition, not the sharp call of individual pain seeking witness, but something deeper, the patient invitation of land that had held countless sorrows and was ready to transform them into something nurturing. The lot had been many things over the decades: a small cemetery for the town's earliest families, then a community vegetable garden, then simply a place where wildflowers learned to bloom without permission. Now it waited with the particular stillness of earth that understands its own capacity for healing. The idea unfolded like morning light, gradually illuminating a familiar room, revealing details that had always been present but needed the right quality of attention to be seen. Not a garden in the conventional sense, but a space specifically designed for the kind of healing they had been learning to offer. A place where grief could be planted like seeds, where contemplation could find roots, where the heart could return its burdens to earth, that knew how to transform sorrow into something that nourished new life. That evening, as they shared tea at the midnight spoon, Elena spoke about what she had observed in her years of helping families navigate final passages. "People need places to go after the goodbye," she said, her hands wrapped around her cup, as if drawing warmth from more than just the ceramic. "Somewhere they can sit with what remains, where memory can be tended like a living thing rather than preserved like something dead." Henrik arrived the next morning with a small, worn trowel, its wooden handle smooth from decades of patient use. "This belonged to my grandmother," he said, placing it in Clarence's hands with the reverence he brought to all tools that had learned their purpose through faithful service. "She used to say that the best gardens grow from hands that understand gentleness is its own kind of strength." Iris appeared that afternoon with a sketchbook and colours that seemed to breathe with possibility. As she walked the perimeter of the lot, her artist's eye saw not what was, but what wanted to become. "A spiral path?" she murmured, drawing curves in the air with paint-stained fingers. "Not a maze that challenges, but a labyrinth that holds. You can't get lost. You simply keep walking until the center finds you." Miss Thorne contributed wisdom, along with a smooth river stone that had been shaped by centuries of patient current. "For the heart of it," she said, pressing the stone into his palm where it seemed to pulse with its own gentle warmth. "A place where people can sit and remember that even the hardest things can be worn smooth by time and flowing water." The work began with the unhurried pace of something that understood its own importance. Clarence spent hours simply being present with the land, feeling its contours, listening to what it asked of him. He cleared away the thorny undergrowth, not with force but with patience, understanding that even wildness had served its purpose and deserved gratitude for its protection of this space. Neighbors appeared with the organic timing of people responding to something they had been waiting for without knowing it. Mrs. Chen brought bags of rich compost from her own garden, her hands still fragrant with earth and growing things. Sarah Mitchell arrived with her children, understanding that healing was an ongoing process that sometimes required getting dirt under your fingernails. The postal worker contributed carefully collected autumn leaves, knowing that even fallen things could be returned to the earth to nurture what was yet to come. The design took shape through collaborative dreaming rather than formal planning. Iris painted sketches that showed feeling more than form, the soft blue-grey of contemplation, the gentle green of permission to grieve, the warm amber of memory held with love rather than desperation. Henrik contributed a wind chime
whose tones he had tuned to what he called the frequency of deep breathing, hanging it from the old apple tree that had somehow survived decades of neglect. As spring deepened into summer's patient abundance, the dream garden revealed itself as something that had always been waiting to exist. The spiral path of smooth riverstones invited slow, deliberate steps that naturally slowed racing thoughts. Small alcoves tucked between plantings of rosemary and lavender offered benches where solitude could be chosen without isolation. At the center, Miss Thorne's riverstone rested on a simple wooden table, surrounded by smaller stones where people could leave prayers, names, or simply the weight of unspoken sorrow. Clarence planted things not for their immediate beauty but for their wisdom. Herbs that had been companions to human healing for centuries, wildflowers that knew how to bloom in difficult soil, perennials that would return year after year like faithful friends. Each plant was chosen for its emotional resonance as much as its botanical properties, creating a living pharmacy for hearts that needed gentling. The first person to find solace in the completed garden was a woman he didn't recognize, carrying grief so fresh it seemed to shimmer around her like heat waves. She walked the spiral path with hesitant steps that gradually found their rhythm, finally settling on the central stone where her shoulders shook with the release of tears that had been waiting for permission to fall. Clarence offered his presence from a respectful distance, humming a melody that tasted of patient earth and quiet rain, not trying to stop her sorrow but creating space for it to move through her without drowning her. When she finally rose and walked back along the spiral path, her steps carried a different quality. Still sad, but longer, desperate, as if the earth itself had reminded her that even the deepest grief could be held and transformed. As evening painted the sky in shades of amber and rose, Clarence sat among the growing things he and his community had planted together, feeling a profound sense of completion that was also a beginning. The dream garden was not merely a physical space, but a living expression of everything he had learned about healing. That it happened not through taking away pain, but through creating space where pain could transform itself. That witness was more powerful than intervention, that some gifts grew stronger when they were planted in community soil. The green notebook lay open on the wooden table beside the memorial stones, and he wrote with letters steadier than evening wind, "The earth is a patient teacher." It shows us that even the deepest sorrows can be composted into something that nourishes new life, to create a space where grief can be planted like seeds, where contemplation can find roots, where the heart can return its burdens to soil that knows how to transform them. This is to offer a different kind of lullaby, one that whispers, "You are held, you are part of something larger, and even your pain has purpose in the great cycling of love through loss and back to love again." Tomorrow would bring new opportunities to tend this living sanctuary, new chances to help people discover that healing could happen not just through human presence, but through connection with the patient wisdom of growing things. But tonight belonged to the deep satisfaction of watching a long-held dream take root in actual soil, of understanding that his gift had found its most enduring expression, not just in the temporary comfort of lullabies, but in the permanent creation of spaces where lullabies could live in the rustle of leaves, the whisper of wind through carefully chosen plants, the gentle invitation of paths that led not away from sorrow, but through it to whatever waited on the other side. Somewhere in the distance, Mrs. Patterson's voice could still be heard, weaving melodies into the darkness, but now those songs had found harmony with the night sounds of the garden. The soft percussion of wind chimes, the gentle rustle of herbs releasing their healing scents into air that seemed to breathe more deeply since the dream garden had learned to hold space for all the tender, broken, beautiful hearts that would find their way to its patient embrace.
The dream garden had been breathing with the town's rhythm for 3 months when Tommy arrived, carrying the particular weight that settles on small shoulders when the world suddenly becomes too large and unpredictable to navigate alone. Clarence first noticed him on a Tuesday morning that carried the scent of late summer roses and the promise of autumn's gentle approach. A boy of 7 with hair the color of sun-bleached wheat and eyes that had forgotten how to hold light. Tommy sat on the central
stone where Miss Thorne's river rock rested, his knees drawn to his chest, staring at clouds with an expression that held neither wonder nor boredom, but a profound emptiness that made the air around him feel heavier. He wore a superhero t-shirt with a frayed cuff he worried between finger and thumb, and sneakers that were still learning the rhythm of new streets. When he spoke, it was to no one in particular, his voice thin as morning mist. "My dad used to say that Cloud looked like a dragon guarding treasure," he whispered, pointing at a formation that drifted overhead with patient indifference. "That one was a ship, sailing to a land where cookies grew on trees." His hand stilled on the frayed cuff. "Now they're just clouds." Clarence approached, with the unhurried manner of someone who understood that children's trust was earned through patience rather than forced through enthusiasm. He settled on a nearby bench, offering his presence like a quiet invitation, and began to hum, not a lullaby this time, but something that tasted of patient earth and quiet rain, a melody that offered comfort without demanding response. The story emerged gradually over the following weeks, shared in the spaces between watching butterflies navigate the lavender and listening to Henrik's wind chimes translate breeze into music. Tommy's father had died suddenly in January, not in any dramatic way that made sense to a 7-year-old mind, but simply failed to wake up one morning, leaving behind a silence so complete it seemed to have swallowed all the sounds that had made their house feel like home. "I used to laugh at everything," Tommy said one afternoon, picking up a smooth stone from the memorial collection and turning it over in his palm as if it might hold answers to questions too large for small words. "Dad would make these funny voices when he read stories, and I would laugh so hard my stomach hurt. It sounded like—" He paused, searching for language that could capture what had been lost. "Like ice cubes settling in a glass on a summer porch. But now when people try to be funny, it's like I forgot how laughing works." Clarence felt the familiar tug of recognition, not just individual pain calling for witness, but something deeper. Tommy hadn't just lost his father. He had lost his own ability to feel the world as a place where wonder was possible, where surprise could be delightful rather than threatening. The boy's grief had stolen not only what was gone, but his capacity to experience what remained. They began meeting in the garden 3 afternoons a week, not for formal sessions, but for what Clarence learned to think of as remembering practice. Tommy would walk the spiral path at whatever pace felt right, sometimes racing through the curves as if trying to outrun his own sadness, sometimes moving so slowly that snails could have overtaken him. Clarence would sit with whatever rhythm Tommy chose, understanding that healing happened not on schedule, but in its own patient time. The work wasn't about making Tommy laugh again. That would have been like trying to force a flower to bloom by shouting at it. Instead, Clarence focused on helping the boy remember that feelings, like seasons, moved in cycles. Sadness wasn't permanent weather, but a necessary part of the larger pattern that also included joy, even when joy seemed as distant as stars in daylight. Iris appeared one afternoon with 2 small painted cards, colors that seemed to breathe with their own gentle life. "This is the shade for when happiness hides in your sleeve and peeks out when it thinks you're not looking," she explained, offering the first card to Tommy with paint-stained fingers that remembered their own childhood sorrows. "This one is for missing someone in a way that doesn't hurt and doesn't not hurt, it just is. Tommy reached for the first card with unexpected decisiveness, holding it against his superhero shirt, as if letting it whisper something to his chest. His fingers tapped the frayed cuff once, twice, as though counting heartbeats. He didn't smile exactly, but something in the air around his face softened, like morning mist beginning to lift. Elena joined them occasionally, or her presence offering a different kind of medicine. She spoke with Tommy's mother in the shade of the apple tree, low conversations made of real things, permission to stop trying, to be a party for a child who needed quiet, the strange truth that children grieve in sprints, the ways joy and sorrow could sit on the same bench without crowding each other off. "He's not the same boy he was before," his mother said one evening as they watched Tommy carefully cover tender plants with protective cloth against the coming frost. But maybe that's not the goal. Maybe the goal is helping him become who he's meant to be after carrying this experience. The breakthrough came not as dramatic revelation, but as quiet recognition. Tommy was deadheading spent flowers, a task that had initially seemed sad to him, cutting away things that had been beautiful, when he noticed that removing the old blooms made space for new buds to emerge. He looked up at Clarence with eyes that held the first glimmer of understanding. "It's not mean to the flowers," he said, his voice carrying the wonder of someone discovering a truth that had been waiting patiently to be found. "Taking away the old ones helps the new ones grow better." "That's right," Clarence said gently. "Sometimes making space for what's coming requires letting go of what was beautiful but finished." The first time Tommy laughed again, it was at something completely ordinary. A squirrel that had gotten tangled in Henrik's wind chimes and was chittering indignantly while trying to extract itself from the gentle percussion it had accidentally created. The sound that emerged from Tommy was rusty, like a gate that hadn't been opened in months, but it was unmistakably laughter. When he heard it, his eyes widened with the surprise of rediscovering a part of himself he had thought was lost forever. "I can still do it," he whispered, pressing his hand to his chest, as if checking to make sure the mechanism was really working again. "I was scared it was broken." As autumn deepened into winter's patient preparation, Tommy became one of the garden's most devoted caretakers. He understood that healing was not about forgetting pain, but about making space for pain and joy to coexist, like different flowers in the same garden, each beautiful in its own way, each necessary to the larger pattern. One evening, as the first snow began to dust the dormant plants with temporary beauty, Tommy stood in the center of the spiral path and spoke to his father as naturally as if he were still sitting in the kitchen chair where he used to read bedtime stories. "I dreamed about you last night," he said, his breath visible in the cold air. "You weren't gone. You were sitting on a cloud that looked like a big fluffy dog, telling stories to all the stars. About dragons that guard treasures that aren't gold, but secrets only the heart can see." He paused, his small hand resting on the memorial stone. "I'm still sad you're not here, but I'm not scared of being happy anymore." The words hung in the winter air like small prayers, and Clarence felt something complete itself in his chest, the understanding that his gift had found another expression, another way of helping the world remember its own capacity for healing. Tommy's recovery wasn't about returning to who he had been before loss changed him, but about growing into someone who could carry both sorrow and joy with equal grace. The green notebook received new entries that evening, written in careful script beside Tommy's earnest drawings of the plants he had learned to tend. Grief does not erase joy. It asks us to find new ways to hold it. To help a child rediscover wonder in the face of loss
is to teach them that sadness and joy can coexist like two different melodies in the same song. The most profound healing is helping someone remember their own capacity for light, even when the world feels dark. As the year turned toward its quiet ending, Clarence understood that the dream garden had become more than a place of healing. It was a living testament to the truth that some gifts, once planted in community soil, would continue growing in directions too beautiful to predict. Tommy's laughter, when it came now, still sounded like ice cubes settling in a summer glass, but it carried new harmonies too, the wisdom of someone who had learned that love doesn't disappear when people do. It just changes shape like clouds that transform from dragons to ships to mountains, always beautiful, always moving, always part of the same endless sky. Somewhere in the distance, Mrs. Patterson's voice could still be heard weaving lullabies into the darkness, and everything felt exactly as it should be, patient, purposeful, and full of quiet. Promise that healing happened not through taking away sorrow, but through creating space where sorrow and joy could learn to dance together in the gentle rhythm of a heart that had remembered how to trust in tomorrow's possibilities. The winter that followed Tommy's rediscovered laughter settled over Millbrook with the particular gentleness that comes after important work has been accomplished, and Clarence found himself walking through streets that hummed with a subtly different energy. The dream garden rested beneath its blanket of snow, but the healing it had fostered continued to pulse through the community like a gentle heartbeat, touching lives in ways that were only beginning to reveal themselves. It was Mrs. Patterson who first showed him that his gift would need to learn new forms of tenderness. She appeared at the midnight spoon on a Tuesday evening that carried the scent of snow, thinking about becoming rain, moving with the careful precision of someone trying not to disturb something fragile within herself. When Eleanor brought her the house blend that listened before it warmed, Mrs. Patterson's hands trembled slightly as she wrapped them around the ceramic warmth. "The songs are slipping," she said, her voice carrying the particular confusion that comes when familiar things begin to feel foreign. "Yesterday, I knew 3 verses of the lullaby about the wool soft night, and this morning I could only hum the melody. It's as if the words are shy now, hiding behind curtains I can't quite reach." She looked up at Clarence with eyes that held both clarity and a gentle fog. "I keep checking the usual places, the sugar tin, the sweater drawer, the space behind Henrik's clock. But they're not lost things, are they? They're leaving things." Clarence felt the familiar tug of recognition, but this was different from the sharp call of individual pain or the collective weight of community trauma. This was something more gradual, more tender, the slow, dignified retreat of memory asking for a different kind of witness than any he had learned to offer. Mrs. Patterson wasn't losing her songs the way someone misplaces keys. She was experiencing the gentle unraveling that comes when a mind begins to choose what it can carry and what it must set down. Over the following weeks, he learned to sit with this new landscape of loss. In Mrs. Patterson's kitchen, where afternoon light painted everything in shades of amber and possibility, he would hum the familiar melodies while she searched for words that seemed to dance just beyond her reach. Sometimes she would find fragments, when the night, or soft as, and her face would light with the joy of recognition. Other times, she would simply close her eyes and let the melody carry whatever feelings the words had once held. "It's not the same as forgetting," she told him one afternoon, her hands smoothing a knitted blanket whose pattern she could no longer name, but whose texture still spoke to her of love made tangible. "It's more like the words are moving to a different room in the house. They're still there, but I can't always find the right door."
Eleanor, with her nurse's understanding of how bodies and minds navigated change, helped him recognize that this required not just patience, but a fundamental shift in approach. "We can't chase the words," she said, as they cleaned teacups after one of Mrs. Patterson's visits. "But we might be able to invite the feelings they used to carry." The solution emerged through collaboration, the way the best healing always seemed to happen in Millbrook. Iris painted cards in colors that gave permission for wordless expression. The soft blue-gray of contemplation, the gentle green of love that didn't need explanation. Miss Thorne contributed first lines that could serve as doorways when memory felt like a house with too many rooms. Henrik adjusted his wind chimes to frequencies that seemed to help thoughts settle into more comfortable arrangements. They began what Mrs. Patterson's daughter Ruth named the Lullaby Hour, not a formal session, but a gentle gathering where people could bring beginnings, fragments, the emotional essence of songs even when the words had stepped away. In the dream garden's winter quiet, they would tie ribbons to the old apple tree, each one carrying a first line, a remembered feeling, a melody that lived more in the heart than in the mind. Mrs. Patterson would arrive some days bright and ready, her hands clasped with pleasure at seeing everyone. Other days she appeared with her sweater buttoned wrong and her gaze a little lost, but it didn't matter. When she couldn't place faces, she could still recognize kindness. When words wouldn't come, she could still feel the devotion in others' voices. "If I forget all the words," she asked Clarence one quiet evening, her voice carrying the shy bravery of someone asking an unanswerable question, "will the songs be offended?" "They'll be grateful for the humming," he replied, understanding flowing through him like warm tea. Songs care most about being carried. Words are a lovely coat they sometimes wear, but they don't mind being in their shirt sleeves. As spring began its tentative conversation with winter's retreat, something else stirred in the spaces around their work. Dr. Amanda Chen from the Hartwell Foundation for Community Healing arrived on a Thursday morning that carried the scent of possibility, having heard through networks of people who understood that some healing couldn't be found in textbooks or traditional therapeutic settings. "What you've created here," she said, settling into the Midnight Spoon's back room, where Eleanor had learned to hold space for the most delicate conversations, addresses something we're seeing across the country: communities needing new approaches to collective wellness, individuals requiring support that honors both their pain and their dignity. The conversation that followed felt like watching a small stream discover it was connected to a vast river system. Their work with collective trauma, with children navigating loss, with elders experiencing memory changes, all of it demonstrated principles that could help other communities learn to tend their own capacity for healing. But Clarence found himself most interested not in expansion, but in deepening, in learning how his gift could adapt to serve Mrs. Patterson's changing needs. He discovered that when words stepped away, feelings often became more vivid, more accessible. Instead of asking her to remember lyrics, he would ask, "What does this melody feel like in your chest?" "Like small hands holding mine," she would whisper, touching a photograph of her young children. "Like sticky fingers and warm milk and the weight of a sleeping child on my lap." The lullaby became a vessel for these wordless memories, a bridge between melody and emotion that didn't require the precision of language. His humming created space not for lost words to return, but for the love that had given those words meaning to find new ways of expressing itself. One evening, as winter finally agreed to let spring have its turn, Mrs. Patterson sat by her fireplace with the contentment of someone who had made peace with change. Clarence hummed the familiar melody, and she closed her eyes with a smile that held both sadness and deep satisfaction. "It feels like love," she said simply.
Just love. The green notebook received new entries that night, written in careful script beside Tommy's earnest drawing of the apple tree, with its ribbons of remembrance. When words step away, feelings often become more vivid, more essential. To help someone find the emotional core of memory is to remind them that even when the mind changes its arrangements, the heart remembers what truly matters. Some lullabies are meant not for sleep, but for the deeper rest that comes when we stop fighting what is and learn to love what remains. As the town settled into its evening rhythm, Clarence understood that his gift was evolving again, learning to serve not just those who had lost things, but those who were learning to carry things differently. The dream garden waited beneath its melting snow, ready for another season of growth. The lullaby hour had taken root in community soil, creating space where memory could be honored in whatever form it chose to appear. Tomorrow would bring new opportunities to tend this deeper understanding, new chances to help people navigate the changing landscape of their own hearts and minds with grace rather than resistance. But tonight belonged to the quiet recognition that some forms of healing required not restoration, but transformation, not return, but acceptance, not fixing, but the profound act of loving what is exactly as it is for as long as it lasts. Somewhere in the distance, Mrs. Patterson's voice could still be heard, not singing words now, but humming with the pure contentment of someone who had learned that love doesn't disappear when its expression changes. It simply finds new ways to make itself known. The melody drifted through the night air, joining the gentle chorus of a community that had learned to hold all forms of memory with equal tenderness, understanding that the most profound lullabies are those that teach us to rest peacefully with whatever we carry, however we carry it, for however long we're blessed to carry it at all. The spring that followed Mrs. Patterson's gentle surrender to wordless melodies brought with it a recognition that settled into Clarence's understanding, like morning light gradually illuminating a familiar room. The dream garden bloomed with quiet vibrancy, ribbons of shared memory fluttering from the apple tree, where the lullaby hour had taken root in community soil. His partnership with Elena had deepened through the changing seasons, their combined work creating spaces where both the living and the dying could find the peace that came with being truly witnessed. Yet even as his gift had evolved to embrace collective healing, memory's gentle transformations, and the sacred passages of final letting go, Clarence found himself facing a challenge that asked for something he wasn't sure he possessed. It arrived in the form of a young woman who began appearing in the dream garden with the regularity of a faithful clock, yet carried a sorrow so profound it seemed to exist in a territory beyond the reach of any comfort he had learned to offer. Lena was perhaps 30, with eyes the color of winter sky before snow and a stillness that was less peaceful than profoundly exhausted. She never walked the spiral path or sat on the central stone where others left their burdens to be transformed by patient earth. Instead, she would find the most secluded bench near the thickest stand of rosemary, hunch her shoulders against some invisible wind, and simply exist within her own private storm, her gaze fixed on something far beyond the garden's gentle boundaries. Clarence tried his familiar approaches with the patient persistence of someone who had learned that healing rarely announced itself with fanfare. He hummed the softest melodies, letting them drift on the morning breeze toward her corner of the garden, hoping the sound of comfort might find its way past whatever walls she had built. She never stirred. He would leave smooth stones near her feet, silent offerings of groundedness that remained untouched. When he brought tea from the midnight spoon, Eleanor's special blend that listened before it warmed, she would shake her head with a politeness that spoke of deep conviction that nothing could truly help. Her pain wasn't a nightmare to be soothed or a lost memory to be recovered. It wasn't collective trauma seeking community witness or changing memory asking for new forms of honor. It was something rawer, more fundamental, a despair so complete it seemed to have its own gravity, pulling everything around it into its orbit of hopelessness. After 2 weeks of gentle attempts that met only silence, Clarence found himself questioning not just his methods, but his understanding of his own calling. At the midnight spoon one evening, he confessed his frustration to Elena while she cleaned teacups with the meditative attention she brought to all necessary tasks. "It's like her pain isn't looking for a way out," he said, stirring his tea with hands that felt uncharacteristically clumsy. "It's not asking to be witnessed or transformed or even acknowledged. It just is. And I don't know what to do when there's nothing to fix, nothing to find, nothing to guide home." Eleanor paused in her cleaning, her nurse's intuition recognizing the particular weight in his voice. "Sometimes," she said gently, "the most profound healing isn't about fixing anything. It's about bearing witness to what is, even when what is feels unbearable. You don't make dying easier, you sit with it. You allow it to be what it is." Henrik, who had wandered in from his clock shop with oil-stained fingers and the patient air of someone who understood mechanical mysteries, nodded thoughtfully. "Some timepieces choose to stop," he said, settling into a chair with the careful movements of someone whose bones remembered decades of precise work. "Their silence has its own truth. You don't try to make them tick again immediately. First, you learn to listen to what the silence is saying." Iris appeared the next afternoon in the garden, her sketchbook filled with colours that seemed to breathe with their own life. She studied Lena from a respectful distance, then turned to Clarence with eyes that held the particular clarity of someone who understood that even the darkest hues had their place in the larger palette. "Sometimes the deepest shadow isn't meant to be lightened," she murmured, showing him a painting that captured not despair, but the profound dignity of someone carrying unbearable weight. "It's meant to be seen, acknowledged, held with tenderness." The colour of witness is different from the colour of intervention. When he visited Mira that evening, she didn't offer advice, but simply held his hand on the porch swing, where so many important conversations had found their way toward understanding. "My love," she said, her voice carrying the warmth of decades spent learning to love without trying to control the outcome. "Your work has never been to take away sorrow. It's to make sure no one suffers alone." The words settled in Clarence's chest, not as answers that made everything simple, but as deeper understanding that made his path clearer. He thought of Dr. Meridian's lessons about being a shoreline rather than a sponge, of Henrik's clocks that kept heart time instead of mechanical time, of all the ways he had learned to be present without being consumed. But had he truly learned to sit with pain that couldn't be eased, only witnessed? The next morning arrived wrapped in the kind of gentle clarity that follows meaningful recognition. Clarence went to the dream garden earlier than usual, carrying with him not tools or techniques, but a conscious decision to offer something different, pure presence, without agenda or expectation. Lena was already there, a small, still silhouette against the rising sun, wrapped in her solitude like a cloak against weather only she could feel. He approached her bench not with a melody or an offering, but with the deliberate intention to simply be. He sat on the ground a few feet away, not facing her directly, but allowing his presence to enter her space without intrusion. He didn't try to catch her eye or invite conversation. He didn't hum or offer comfort or try to do anything at all except exist in the same space where her pain was doing its difficult work. For the first time in his adult life,
Clarence made no attempt to help. Instead, he let himself feel the weight of her despair, not absorbing it as he had learned not to do, but acknowledging its undeniable presence, the way you acknowledge a mountain or an ocean, something so vast and fundamental that your only choice is to find your footing in relation to it. He breathed with her pain, not trying to change its rhythm, but allowing his own steady presence to become a quiet anchor in whatever storm she was navigating alone. Minutes stretched into an hour, then 2. The sun climbed higher, warming the garden and bringing out the healing scents of rosemary and lavender. A butterfly investigated Lena's shoulder before moving on to more promising flowers. Still Clarence sat in deliberate stillness, his presence a wordless promise. "You are not alone in this. I am here. I see you." He didn't hum, he didn't speak, he didn't offer anything except the radical gift of witness, presence that asked for nothing, promised nothing, except the simple truth that her pain was being held in awareness by someone who wouldn't try to change it, fix it, or hurry it along toward resolution. And then something shifted. It wasn't dramatic, no sudden tears or breakthrough moment. But Lena's hand, which had been clenched into a fist against her knee, slowly uncurled, fingers relaxing as if some internal argument had finally been resolved. Her breathing, shallow and held for so long, deepened almost imperceptibly, finding a rhythm that seemed more natural, less defended. The smallest sigh escaped her lips, not relief exactly, but something like recognition, the faintest acknowledgement that the weight of her suffering, though still present, was no longer entirely hers to carry in isolation. She still didn't look at him, but after another long moment of shared silence, she reached down and picked up one of the smooth stones he had left days earlier. She held it in her open palm, not as a gesture of gratitude or healing, but as recognition, a burden witnessed, a connection made not through words or intervention, but through the profound act of accompaniment. Clarence felt understanding bloom in his chest deeper than any he had known. His greatest gift wasn't his ability to soothe nightmares or find lost things or harmonize community grief. It was his capacity for unwavering presence, his willingness to witness the full spectrum of human experience without needing to change it, judge it, or hurry it toward more comfortable conclusions. He wasn't taking away Lena's suffering. That wasn't his to take. But he was helping her feel less alone in it, and perhaps in that profound act of accompaniment lay the truest form of healing he had ever offered. That evening, as the town settled into its familiar rhythm of porch lights and gentle conversations, Clarence opened the green notebook to a fresh page and wrote with letters steadier than autumn wind. The deepest healing sometimes means sitting with pain rather than trying to ease it. To offer pure witness, presence without agenda, attention without the need to fix, is to provide a different kind of lullaby. One that whispers not, "I will make this better," but, "I see you, you are held, and you are not alone." Some gifts grow stronger, not by doing more, but by learning to be more fully present for what is, exactly as it is, for as long as it needs to be witnessed. As he closed the notebook and prepared for sleep, Clarence understood that his gift was evolving again, learning to serve not just those who sought comfort, but those who needed only to be seen in their struggle. Tomorrow would bring new opportunities to practice this deeper understanding, new chances to help people navigate the unfixable corners of their hearts with grace rather than resistance. But tonight belonged to the quiet recognition that the greatest act of kindness was often simply to be there, to hold space for another's truth without trying to reshape it, and to offer, through silent presence, the assurance that no one had to carry their deepest pain completely alone. The dream garden rested beneath evening stars, holding within its patient soil
the understanding that some forms of healing happened not through intervention, but through the radical act of witness, presence so complete and accepting that it transformed not the pain itself, but the isolation that made pain unbearable. Somewhere in the distance, Mrs. Patterson's wordless melodies continued to weave through the night air, and everything felt exactly as it should be, patient, purposeful, and full of quiet promise that the most profound lullabies were sometimes made not of sound, but of silence, not of comfort, but of companionship, not of answers, but of the unwavering commitment to remain present for whatever truth needed to be held. The understanding that had bloomed through his silent vigil with Lena settled into Clarence's awareness like morning light, gradually illuminating a familiar room, revealing details that had always been present, but needed the right quality of attention to be seen. In the days that followed, he found himself moving through the dream garden with a different kind of presence, less urgency to heal, more willingness to simply hold space for whatever truth needed witnessing. Elena noticed the change first, her nurse's intuition sensitive to the subtle alterations in how people carried their calling. They were preparing tea at the midnight spoon when she paused in her movements, studying his face with the careful attention she brought to all matters that touched the heart of healing work. "You're different," she said. Not quite a question, but recognition of something she was still learning to see. "More spacious? Like you've learned to make room for something you didn't know you were trying to carry." Clarence thought of Lena, who had begun to nod when she saw him in the garden. Not greeting exactly, but acknowledgement that his presence had become part of the landscape she trusted. She still carried her profound sorrow like weather only she could feel, but the quality of her solitude had changed. She was no longer entirely alone in it. "I've been learning that some gifts grow stronger by doing less," he said, accepting the cup Elena offered, with hands that felt steadier than they had in months. That presence can be more powerful than intervention. Elena reached into her bag and produced a small square of linen, painted in a color he recognized from Iris's palette, the exact shade of waiting that wasn't absence but readiness. "I've been carrying this for you," she said, placing the cloth in his hands with the reverence she brought to all tools that could serve healing. 3 breaths before any response. In the first, ask, "Whose work is this?" In the second, "What is being asked of me?" In the third, "What happens if I don't act?" The fabric felt like a promise he could keep, warm against his palm despite the cool evening air. "And if the answer is that they'll find their own footing, then your work is to make room," Elena said simply. "To trust that even in the deepest waters, there is a current that knows how to carry them, and your job is to be the shoreline, not the sea." 2 days later, she invited him to accompany her on a visit that would test all the places in him that still wanted to be necessary. A young man named David lay in a room where daylight had learned to come in softly, his father perched on the edge of the bed with the tremor, brittle posture of someone who had been holding back a flood for months. The air carried that unmistakable scent of lavender and clean linen that accompanies serious tenderness. Elena set the room with the careful attention of someone who understood that healing often began with environment. She straightened one picture, dimmed one lamp, placed a small bell on the windowsill where morning light could find it. Then she glanced at Clarence and, with the smallest tilt of her chin, indicated the chair near the door rather than the one by the bed. He felt it immediately. The lean forward, the reach, the old urge to hum, to wrap the air in comfort. He touched the linen square in his pocket and breathed Elena's questions. "Whose work is this?" "The father's," he understood. what is being asked of me? To witness, what happens if I don't act? Perhaps the father steps into his own words. Elena touched the older man's hand gently. If there's anything you've been waiting to say because you were afraid you'd break, now is a good time to be broken in front of him. Love knows what to do with that. The father let out a sound that contained all words without being any particular word, then found sentences shaped like hands finding other hands in darkness. He spoke of first steps and scraped knees, of bedtime stories, and the way David used to laugh at his own jokes before anyone else could. The room became one held note, and Clarence felt the familiar hum rise in his throat like tide. He let it fall back, understanding that the song was complete without him. Walking home through streets painted silver by moonlight, Elena slipped her arm through his with the comfortable intimacy of people who had shared meaningful work. "You felt it," she said. "I did," he answered, surprised by the warmth that came from not being essential. "And I didn't sing." "You let him?" she said, and there was reverence in it. That evening brought an unexpected visitor to the Midnight Spoon, a woman in her 50s with silver-streaked hair and eyes that held the particular clarity of those who had learned to see into difficult truths without flinching. She moved with the unhurried grace of someone accustomed to being welcomed in spaces where healing happened. "I'm Dr. Margaret Thorne," she said, settling into a chair as if she belonged exactly where she was. "Miss Thorne's daughter. I've been hearing about the work happening here, about people who understand that healing isn't always about making pain go away, but about helping families find peace within whatever they're carrying." She spoke of her work with families navigating complex medical decisions, of people caught between fighting battles that couldn't be won and learning to surrender with dignity. "I've been looking for colleagues who understand that sometimes the most profound healing happens not through intervention, but through accompaniment," she said, her voice carrying the warm authority of experience earned through patient service. As the conversation deepened, Clarence felt the familiar tug of recognition. Not individual need calling for witness, but paths converging that had been moving toward each other longer than anyone realized. Dr. Thorne's presence carried the same quality he had learned to recognize in all the gentle healers who had found their way to Millbrook. The particular stillness of those who worked in borderlands between one state of being and another. "What you've created here," she continued, gesturing toward the cafe's warm atmosphere where difficult conversations could happen, surrounded by understanding, addresses something communities everywhere are hungry for, spaces where healing can happen through presence rather than just procedures. The seeds of collaboration were planted that evening, though Clarence understood they would need time to germinate. For now, it was enough to recognize that their work was part of a larger movement, that the principles they had discovered through trial and gentleness were needed in ways that extended beyond Millbrook's borders. Back in the dream garden the next morning, Lena was waiting in her usual spot, the early light pulling silver from her hair. He approached with the linen square warm in his pocket, breathing Elena's questions as he settled into his familiar position 3 feet away. "Whose work is this? What is being asked of me? What happens if I don't act?" He stayed. A cardinal made bright commentary from the apple tree. A butterfly investigated the lavender with methodical devotion. After a long time, Lena lifted the stone she had been turning in her palm for weeks and held it up to catch a thread of morning sun. "Stay," she said, so quietly the wind might have claimed it if anyone weren't paying careful attention. "I'm here," he answered, meaning only that, and felt something complete itself in his chest. Not the satisfaction of fixing or healing, but the deeper contentment of simply being present for whatever truth
needed witnessing. That evening, as he opened the green notebook to record the day's understanding, Clarence wrote with letters steadier than autumn wind. The deepest gift is learning when not to use your gift, to offer pure presence, attention without agenda, witness without the need to fix, is to provide a different kind of lullaby, one that whispers, not "I will make this better," but "I see you, you are held, and you are not alone." Some healing happens not through what we do, but through what we trust others to do for themselves when they feel safe enough to try. Outside, the town settled into its evening rhythm, porch lights twinkling like earthbound stars. Mrs. Patterson's wordless melodies still wove through the night air, but now they carried new harmonies, the understanding that love sometimes meant stepping back, that the most profound accompaniment was often the simplest presence, that healing could happen in the spaces between intervention and witness when those spaces were held with infinite tenderness. Tomorrow would bring new opportunities to practice this deeper understanding, new chances to help people navigate the unfixable corners of their hearts with grace rather than resistance. But tonight belonged to the quiet recognition that some gifts grew stronger, not by doing more, but by learning to trust the profound healing that could happen when people felt safe enough to find their own way forward, accompanied but not directed, witnessed but not fixed, loved exactly as they were for exactly as long as they needed to be seen. The understanding that had settled into Clarence's awareness through his work with Lena, that presence could be more powerful than intervention, began to reveal itself as something larger than personal growth. As autumn deepened toward winter's patient approach, he found himself noticing the intricate web of care that had always existed in Millbrook, suddenly visible like morning dew catching first light, each thread glistening with its own quiet purpose. Walking through the market square on a Tuesday that carried the scent of wood smoke and possibility, Clarence paused to watch Marcus emerge from his small practice above the hardware store. The massage therapist moved with the particular grace of someone whose hands had learned to listen, carrying in his bearing the subtle weight of all the tension he helped others release. When Mrs. Rodriguez stopped him on the sidewalk, speaking in rapid, worried Spanish about her husband's sleepless nights since the factory layoffs, Marcus didn't offer quick solutions. Instead, he showed her how to place her palms on her own shoulders, teaching her the gentle circles that could remind anxious muscles they were allowed to rest. "It's not about fixing," Clarence heard him say, his voice carrying the patient authority of experience. "It's about helping the body remember it's safe to let go." The words landed in Clarence's chest like recognition finding its home. Marcus wasn't just a massage therapist, he was another kind of gentle healer, working in the borderland between physical tension and emotional holding, offering presence through touch rather than melody. At the midnight spoon that evening, Eleanor mentioned the letter almost casually, setting the thick envelope beside his tea with the matter-of-fact tenderness she brought to all potentially life-changing moments. "This came addressed to the community of gentle healers, Millbrook," she said, her eyes holding the particular gleam that meant she had already read it and was curious about his response. "Someone's been paying attention to what's happening here." The letterhead bore the seal of the National Institute for Community Wellness, and the signature belonged to Dr. Sarah Chen, whose words carried the respectful curiosity of someone who recognized innovation when she encountered it. They had been following the approaches emerging from Millbrook, the collective trauma processing, the memory-honoring practices, the healing through witness rather than intervention. Would they consider sharing their methods with other communities facing similar challenges? Clarence set the letter down gently, feeling not the sharp tug of individual need, but something more complex. Recognition that their small experiments in gentleness had grown into something others were hungry for. "What do you think?" he asked Eleanor, though her smile already suggested her answer. "I think," she said, reaching across the table to touch his hand, "that gifts are meant to be given away. And I think we've learned enough about healing to trust that sharing it won't diminish what we have here." The conversation about the Institute's invitation wove itself naturally into the rhythm of their evenings, not as formal meetings, but through the organic way important decisions emerged in Millbrook. It was Sarah, the art therapist whose studio occupied the Midnight Spoon's back room, who first suggested they needed to understand their own network before they could teach others about it. "We've all been doing this work," she said, her paint-stained fingers gesturing toward the cafe's warm atmosphere where difficult conversations happened surrounded by understanding. "But we've never really looked at how we fit together, how our different approaches create something larger." The idea took root with the gentle persistence of seeds finding fertile ground. They began meeting on Wednesday evenings, not to formalize anything, but to witness what was already happening. Agnes, the postal worker, whose route carried her through every corner of town, spoke of the subtle art of noticing who needed a friendly word, who needed to be left alone with their thoughts, whose curtains had been drawn too long. Mr. Henderson, the baker, whose bread somehow tasted of comfort and intention, shared how he needed not just flour and yeast, but the day's accumulated worries, transforming them into something that could nourish rather than burden. "I learned it from my grandmother," he said, his weathered hands still carrying the memory of countless mornings spent in patient creation. She used to say that bread made with worried hands tastes of worry, but bread made with grateful hands carries that gratitude to everyone who eats it. Henrik contributed his clockmaker's wisdom, explaining how he had learned to adjust timepieces not just for mechanical accuracy, but for emotional resonance. "Some clocks need to tick a little slower in houses where people are grieving," he said, with the matter-of-fact tenderness that made profound truths sound like common sense. "Others need to chime more softly for families learning to live with memory changes. Time isn't just measurement, it's companionship." As winter settled over Millbrook with its particular invitation to interior reflection, their Wednesday gatherings became a quiet anchor in the community's rhythm. They shared not success stories but struggles, the moments when their own wells felt dry, when the weight of witnessing became difficult to carry. Iris painted small cards in colors that gave permission for healers to need healing, and they would pass them around the circle like gentle reminders that even those who tended others needed tending. Clarence found himself humming for this circle of quiet healers, not specific lullabies for specific pain, but melodies that tasted of gratitude and shared purpose. He watched the subtle shifts in their faces, Marcus's shoulders releasing the day's accumulated tension, Sarah's paint-stained fingers finally still, Agnes's watchful eyes softening into the permission to simply be present without needing to notice everything. It was Lena who helped him understand the deeper significance of what they were creating. She had begun attending the Wednesday gatherings, not as someone seeking help, but as someone whose journey through profound sorrow had taught her things worth sharing. When a young teacher spoke of feeling overwhelmed by her students' unspoken traumas, Lena offered words with the quiet authority of experience. "You don't carry their pain," she said, her voice steady in a way it hadn't been months earlier. "You hold space for it. There's a difference. One drowns you, the other teaches you to swim in deeper waters." The teacher's eyes filled with recognition, and Clarence felt something complete itself in his chest, the understanding that healing was not a one-way flow from healer to wounded,
but a circulation of wisdom where everyone both gave and received, where the act of witnessing created its own form of medicine. When Dr. Chen's second letter arrived, inviting them to host a small gathering of practitioners who worked in similar territories, their answer came not from individual decision but from collective understanding. Yes, they would share what they had learned, not because they had perfected anything, but because they had discovered approaches that might serve communities facing similar challenges. Elena squeezed his hand as they walked home, through streets painted silver by moonlight, their breath visible in the cold air like small prayers offered to the listening dark. "This feels like the beginning of something," she said, her voice carrying the particular warmth that came from recognizing a path forward that honored both individual calling and shared purpose. "Or the deepening of something that was always meant to be," Clarence replied, thinking of the jasmine grove where he had arrived, of all the gentle mysteries that had led him to this moment when his gift had grown large enough to encompass not just his own healing work, but an entire community's capacity for tenderness. The green notebook received new entries that night, written by lamplight in careful script that felt less like recording and more like conversation with the future. "We have learned that healing is not a solitary practice, but a community art. Each of us tends a different aspect of human need: touch, color, time, nourishment, attention, presence, and together we create something larger than any individual gift could accomplish alone. To share this understanding with other communities is not to give away our secrets, but to plant seeds of gentleness in soil that is ready to receive them." As the town settled into its evening rhythm, Clarence understood that his gift was evolving again, growing from individual healing through community witness to something that might help entire networks of communities remember their own capacity for collective care. Tomorrow would bring new opportunities to prepare for this sharing, new chances to document not just their methods, but the deeper wisdom that made those methods possible. But tonight belonged to the quiet recognition that some gifts, when planted in community soil and tended with collective love, grew in directions too beautiful to predict, creating harvests that could nourish not just those who planted them, but countless others who were still learning to trust in the possibility of healing that happened through presence, patience, and the radical act of witnessing each other's truth with unwavering tenderness. Somewhere in the distance, Mrs. Patterson's wordless melodies continued to weave through the night air, and everything felt exactly as it should be, patient, purposeful, and full of quiet promise that the most profound lullabies were those that taught entire communities how to sing together, creating harmonies that could carry even the deepest sorrows towards something that felt, if not like resolution, then like the peace that comes from knowing you are not alone in whatever you carry. The understanding that had bloomed through their work with the community of gentle healers settled into something deeper as winter began its patient retreat toward spring's tentative promises. Elena's presence at the Wednesday gatherings had evolved from professional collaboration to something that made every other presence feel more possible, and Clarence found himself noticing the way she moved through their shared spaces with the particular grace of someone who had found her home not just in a place, but in a purpose that could be shared. It was during one of those Wednesday evenings, as they cleaned teacups in the Midnight Spoon's warm kitchen while the others dispersed into the gentle night, that Elena set down her dish towel and turned to face him with eyes that held the clarity of someone who had made a decision with her whole heart. "I've been thinking about what it means to help people say goodbye," she said, her voice carrying the weight of recognition that had been building for months. "I've spent 8 years moving from place to place, never staying anywhere long enough to let anyone say goodbye to me. But here, with you, with this community we've helped create, I don't want to be the one leaving anymore." Clarence felt something settle in his chest, like a key finding its lock, a rightness so profound it seemed to have been waiting there all along. "I've been thinking too," he said, reaching for her hands with fingers that had learned to offer comfort without trying to control outcomes. "About what it means to help people find rest when I've never built a real home of my own. About how our work together has taught me that the deepest healing happens not in isolation, but in partnership." The conversation that followed unfolded with the organic timing that marked all meaningful transitions in Millbrook, not rushed, but allowed to find its natural rhythm. They spoke of the small house near the dream garden that had been waiting for the right caretakers, of morning tea shared in comfortable silence, of the way their individual gifts had grown stronger through collaboration rather than competition. When Elena reached into her bag and produced a small painted box 3 weeks later, Iris's work, colours that breathed with gentle permission, Clarence understood before she opened it that some questions answer themselves through the asking. "I thought maybe," she said, revealing 2 simple silver bands that Henrik had crafted with his clockmaker's precision, each inscribed with words from their shared vocabulary of healing. "We could promise each other what we've learned to offer everyone else: presence, witness, the willingness to stay." The wedding took shape through community hands, the way all meaningful things did in Millbrook. Mira wove rosemary into Elena's hair with fingers that remembered decades of tending growing things. Henrik tuned a small bell to chime not hours, but the rhythm of 2 hearts learning to beat in harmony. Iris painted small stones in colours that gave permission for joy to exist alongside all the sorrow they had witnessed together. Miss Thorne contributed words from her invisible library, first lines that would become the foundation of vows they would spend a lifetime completing. On the morning that arrived, wrapped in the scent of apple blossoms and possibility, they walked the spiral path of the dream garden, not as bride and groom approaching an altar, but as 2 people who had learned that the most sacred spaces were those where healing could take root in community soil. The ceremony happened at the garden's heart, where the memorial stone held the weight of so many transformed sorrows, where the willow they would plant after their vows could grow in earth that understood the alchemy of turning grief into nourishment for new life. Mira officiated with the warm authority of someone who had watched love grow from seed to flowering, her voice carrying across the garden like a gentle benediction. These 2 have learned that healing happens not through taking away pain, but through creating space where pain can be held with love, she said, her hands fragrant with the herbs that had blessed so many of their evening rituals. Today they promised to create that space for each other. Their vows were whispered promises that tasted of everything they had learned together, to listen with 3 breaths before responding, to ask whose work belonged to whom, to be porch light rather than sun, to trust that some gifts grew stronger when shared rather than hoarded. When they exchanged rings, Clarence felt the particular contentment that comes when individual purpose discovers its perfect complement. When 2 separate melodies learn, they were always meant to harmonize. The celebration that followed was pure Millbrook. Simple food shared with complex gratitude, conversations that wove between laughter and tears without apology, the particular joy that comes when a community witnesses 2 of its members choose to build something beautiful together. Tommy presented them with a river stone painted with a single word: home. Lena offered a reading about learning to trust that some arrivals were worth the risk of eventual goodbye. Mrs. Patterson hummed wordless melodies that tasted of rocking chairs and clean sheets, and all the patient love that had ever been offered without expectation of return. As evening painted the sky in shades of amber,
and rose, Clarence and Elena sat together where the memorial stone caught the last light, watching their friends gradually disperse into the gentle night. The garden held them with the patient tenderness of earth that had learned to transform sorrow into soil for new growth, and they planted their willow sapling in ground blessed by so many tears turned to nourishment. Walking home to the small house that would now hold two sets of dreams, two different ways of tending the world's unquiet hearts, Clarence felt his gift settling into its deepest expression. Not just individual healing or community witness, but the creation of a love that could serve as foundation for whatever beautiful, complicated work their joined gifts might accomplish. The green notebook received new entries that night, written in alternating hands that created a conversation in ink. We have learned that the deepest healing happens in relationship. To promise presence to another person is to create sanctuary where both can practice the art of witness, where individual gifts can grow stronger through collaboration, where love becomes another form of lullaby, one that whispers not, "I will fix this, but I will stay with you while you find your own way through." Outside, the town settled into its evening rhythm, porch lights twinkling like earthbound stars. Mrs. Patterson's wordless melodies still wove through the night air, but now they carried new harmonies, the understanding that some forms of healing could only happen when two people learned to hold space together for what neither could hold alone, creating through their commitment to each other a different kind of medicine, one that promised not the absence of difficulty, but the presence of someone who would remain, who would witness, who would love exactly what was there for exactly as long as it needed to be seen. Tomorrow would bring the Institute's representatives new opportunities to share what they had learned with communities hungry for gentleness. But tonight belonged to the quiet recognition that some gifts, when planted in love's patient soil and tended with shared devotion, grew in directions too beautiful to predict, creating harvests that could nourish not just those who planted them, but countless others still learning to trust in the possibility of healing that happened through presence, patience, and the radical act of witnessing each other's truth with unwavering tenderness. Somewhere in the distance, a train offered its lonesome song to the darkness, and everything felt exactly as it should be, patient, purposeful, and full of quiet promise that the most profound lullabies were those that taught two hearts how to sing together, creating harmonies that could carry even the deepest sorrows toward something that felt not just like healing, but like home. The months following their wedding settled into Clarence and Elena's bones like morning light gradually illuminating a familiar room, each day revealing new details of a shared life that felt both surprising and inevitable. Their small house near the dream garden learned the rhythm of two different approaches to healing. Elena's quiet bells that helped consciousness find its way toward peace. Clarence's lullabies that taught restless hearts to trust the darkness. The community of gentle healers gathered at their kitchen table on Wednesday evenings, sharing not just methods but the deeper questions that shaped their work. How do you witness without absorbing? How do you offer presence without losing yourself? How do you sustain a practice built on giving? It was during one of these gatherings that Dr. Chen's second letter arrived, carried by Agnes with the particular care she brought to mail that might change someone's life. The National Institute for Community Wellness had received requests from 3 communities seeking consultation on collective trauma, a factory town in Ohio still reeling from layoffs that had scattered families like dandelion seeds, a coastal village in Maine where rising seas had swallowed not just houses, but the shared stories that made a place feel like home. Elena set the letter on the table where evening light could find it, her fingers tracing its formal edges with the thoughtful attention she brought to all invitations that asked something significant of the heart.
They want us to travel together, she said, her voice carrying both excitement and something else, a subtle hesitation that Clarence felt but couldn't yet name. The conversation that followed wove naturally through their circle of healers, each contributing wisdom earned through patient service. Henrik spoke of timepieces that could travel, mechanisms adjusted not just for different time zones, but for communities operating on different rhythms of grief and recovery. Iris painted small canvases in colors that could fit in suitcases, permission made portable, comfort that could be unpacked in unfamiliar rooms. Miss Thorne contributed first lines written on cards sturdy enough to survive luggage, phrases that could serve as doorways when groups needed help finding their way into difficult conversations. But even as they planned, Clarence noticed Elena moving through their preparations with increasing care, as if her energy were a finite resource that required more conscious management than it once had. She would pause longer between tasks, rest her hand on doorframes as if steadying herself against something only she could feel. When he asked, she smiled with the gentle deflection of someone protecting others from worry that might not yet be warranted. "Just tired," she would say, and he would accept this because they had promised each other honesty, and if Eleanor said she was tired, then tired was what she was. The first consultation took them to Vermont, where a small community center had been arranged, with chairs in a gentle spiral, lighting dimmed to invite contemplation rather than performance. The town carried the particular weight that settles over places where unthinkable things have happened. A school shooting that had left everyone struggling with sleep, that brought visions of hallways that would never feel safe again. Clarence began to hum, not the lullaby he had learned from Miss Thorne, but something that tasted of smoke clearing, of dawn arriving after the longest night. Elena's voice joined his, not singing words, but offering the simple gift of breath, made audible, presence willing to witness what needed to be seen. One by one, other voices joined until the room filled with the collective exhale of a community learning to breathe together again. The work felt both familiar and expanded, their individual gifts woven into something larger that could hold an entire town's grief. But during the drive home, Eleanor fell asleep in the passenger seat with the profound exhaustion of someone whose body was working harder than it should, and Clarence felt the first cold finger of recognition touch his chest. The diagnosis, when it came 3 weeks later, arrived with the careful neutrality of medical professionals doing their difficult work. Elena received the news with the same clear-eyed presence she brought to helping others navigate their final passages, but Clarence felt something fundamental shift beneath his feet, not just fear for the woman he loved, but the recognition that he was about to learn the hardest lesson their work had to teach. "Whose work is this?" he whispered to himself that evening, touching the linen square Elena had painted for him months ago, the one that taught 3 breaths before any response. The answer came with uncomfortable clarity. Hers. And mine as witness. Elena approached her illness with the same quiet courage she brought to all difficult passages, refusing to let fear define the journey even as treatments brought their own form of exhaustion. But Clarence found himself struggling in ways he hadn't anticipated. He was accustomed to being the steady shore, the one who offered comfort. Now he was the one needing to be held, the one whose own fears threatened to overwhelm his carefully cultivated calm. Mira noticed first, appearing at their door with arms full of rosemary and eyes that saw not just Elena's physical changes, but the subtle shifts in her son's usually unwavering presence. "You're trying to carry it all," she said, her hands gently taking his. "But this is not a sorrow to be carried alone." She brought him back to the blue enamel basin, but this time it was Mira who guided his hands, helping him release not the sorrows of others, but his own fierce, protective fear. 3 breaths, she murmured. What belongs to you, what you're borrowing, what can be returned to earth that knows how to transform everything we set down? The community rallied with the quiet grace that marked all their shared endeavors. Henrik brought a small pendulum whose steady swing reminded them that even chaos moved within larger rhythms. Iris painted canvases in colors that gave permission for difficult emotions, the sharp red of anger, the deep blue of sorrow, the shimmering gold of hope that refused to be extinguished. Miss Thorne offered books about resilience, about stories that found new beginnings in unexpected places. But it was Elena who taught him the hardest lesson. One evening, after a particularly difficult treatment, Clarence found himself humming a melody meant to ease her towards sleep. She opened her eyes, clear despite the exhaustion etched on her face. "My love," she whispered, "you're trying to sing me away from this." "But I need to be here. I need to feel this. Your job isn't to make it go away. It's to be with me while I feel it." The words landed like revelation. He had spent a lifetime learning to offer comfort, to ease pain, to guide others toward peace. But Elena was asking him to do something different, to sit with her in the raw truth of her struggle, to witness her pain without trying to soften its edges, to love her through the unfixable. It became the hardest work he had ever done, requiring him to surrender his need to make things better, to trust that his presence was enough, even when it felt like nothing. He learned to hold her hand while treatments did their difficult work, to breathe with her when pain made sleep impossible, to offer not solutions, but the unwavering promise that she would not walk this journey alone. There were days when fear was a cold knot in his stomach, when the thought of losing her threatened to overwhelm him. On those days, he would retreat to the dream garden, walking the spiral path, until his steps found their rhythm, until the earth reminded him that even the deepest sorrows could be composted into something that nourished new life. He learned to ask for help, a difficult lesson for someone who had always been the helper. He let others cook for them, bring flowers, sit with him in quiet companionship. He learned that receiving was also a form of generosity, allowing others the gift of giving. As spring painted the world in tentative greens and golds, Elena's body responded to treatments with fragile but determined resilience. The shadow began to recede, replaced by a delicate luminescence that spoke of battles fought and survived, scars woven into the tapestry of her being. "We did it," she whispered one morning, her voice stronger, her eyes holding the clarity of someone who had walked to the edge and found her way back. "We did it," he agreed, understanding that it was not just the fight against illness, but the profound lesson they had learned about love's deepest expression, not taking away pain, but being present with it. The green notebook received new entries that evening. The deepest intimacy is found not in fixing or solving, but in the unwavering willingness to sit with another in their unfixable truth. To allow oneself to be carried is as sacred as carrying another. Some lullabies are meant not for peace, but for the fierce courage it takes to face the unfaceable, knowing you are not alone. As they prepared to accept the Institute's invitation again, now carrying this deeper understanding of healing's true nature, Clarence felt his gift settling into its most mature expression. He was learning to be not just a witness to others' pain, but a participant in his own, understanding that the capacity to heal others flowed from the willingness to be healed. Tomorrow would bring new opportunities to share this deeper wisdom with communities learning to tend their own capacity for collective healing. But tonight belonged to the quiet recognition that some gifts, when tested by personal struggle, emerged stronger and more compassionate, capable of offering the kind of presence that truly healed not by making things go away, but by making them bearable through shared love and unwavering commitment. Somewhere in the distance, Mrs. Patterson's wordless melodies continued to weave through the night air, and everything felt exactly as it should be, patient, purposeful, and full of quiet promise that the most profound lullabies were those that taught two hearts how to beat in rhythm, creating harmonies strong enough to carry any sorrow towards something that felt not just like healing, but like a love deep enough to face anything together. The understanding that had bloomed through Elena's illness and recovery settled into their shared work like morning light, gradually illuminating a familiar room, revealing depths they hadn't known existed in their own capacity for healing. As spring deepened into summer's patient abundance, their life together carried the particular tenderness that comes after walking through difficulty hand in hand, each ordinary moment touched with gratitude for its simple presence. It was during one of their quiet mornings in the dream garden, as Eleanor knelt beside the rosemary with hands that had regained their steady strength, that she paused and looked up at Clarence with eyes that held a new kind of light. Not the clarity that had carried her through illness, but something softer, more wondering. "There's something else growing," she said, her palm resting on her stomach with the reverent attention she brought to all sacred recognitions. "Someone small who might need both our lullabies and our gentle bells." The words settled into Clarence's chest like the perfect note, finding its harmony, resonating with a rightness so profound it felt as if the entire garden had been waiting for exactly this moment to exhale. He knelt beside her in the warm earth, his hand covering hers, and felt the faintest flutter of possibility beneath their joined palms, a new life choosing to trust them with its becoming. The news moved through their community with the organic timing that marked all meaningful developments in Millbrook. Mira appeared at their door that evening with arms full of soft yarn and eyes bright with the particular joy that grandmothers carry, her voice dropping to the thunder whisper she reserved for the most sacred announcements. Henrik arrived the next morning with a small clock whose hands moved with the imperceptible patience of flowers opening, designed to keep not hours, but the gentle rhythm of growth itself. Iris painted a series of tiny canvases in colors that seemed to breathe with pure potential, the shimmering gold of new beginnings, the deep blue of unconditional love, the soft green of life, learning to trust its own unfolding. Miss Thorne contributed a collection of first lines written on cards small enough to fit in a baby's palm. When the morning learned your name, it became gentler. The earth has been saving this song for you. Here you are, exactly when you were meant to arrive. As Elena's pregnancy progressed through the changing seasons, Clarence found himself humming melodies he had never heard before, lullabies that tasted of starlight and the quiet miracles of growth, songs that seemed to emerge not from memory, but from some deeper well of knowing. He spent hours preparing new garden beds, his hands guided by an intuition he couldn't name, planting herbs whose purposes he trusted would reveal themselves when needed. Their work at the Midnight Spoon and in the Dream Garden continued, but with a different quality, softer around the edges, more spacious in its rhythms. Elena moved through her sessions with the particular grace of someone carrying two lives, her presence somehow both more grounded and more luminous. When she helped families navigate final passages, her touch carried an additional tenderness, as if the life growing within her reminded everyone present that endings and beginnings were part of the same endless cycle. Lucy arrived on a November evening when the first snow was painting the world in gentle silence, her birth as quiet and unhurried as everything else that mattered in their lives.
She emerged with dark hair like Elena's and eyes that seemed to hold ancient patience, as if she had been listening to their conversations from her warm hiding place and approved of what she heard. From her earliest days, Lucy showed an affinity for the living world that went beyond normal infant curiosity. Plants seemed to lean toward her bassinet, as if drawn by some invisible current. The old apple tree outside their bedroom window, which had been struggling since a harsh winter, 2 years prior, began producing new shoots within weeks of her arrival. When they placed her blanket near the herb garden, the rosemary released its scent more generously, and bees moved around her with unusual gentleness, as if recognizing a kindred spirit. "She has her own magic," Eleanor murmured one afternoon, watching 6-month-old Lucy reach toward a wilting houseplant. As her tiny fingers brushed the drooping leaves, the plant seemed to sigh and straighten, its color deepening with renewed vitality. Not like ours, but connected to it, like different instruments in the same orchestra. Clarence felt recognition bloom in his chest as he watched his daughter's gift unfold. Where his melodies soothed restless hearts and Elena's presence eased difficult passages, Lucy seemed to speak directly to the life force itself, encouraging growth, offering comfort to creatures in distress, creating spaces where healing happened through pure, wordless connection. As Lucy grew from infant to toddler, her gift revealed itself in gentle increments. A stray cat with a torn ear began visiting their garden, drawn not by food, but by Lucy's quiet presence, eventually healing completely under her patient attention. When the neighbor's dog was frightened by thunderstorms, Lucy would press her small palm to the window facing their house, and the animal would gradually calm, as if receiving some wordless assurance that all was well. Clarence and Elena learned to guide without controlling, to witness without interfering with Lucy's natural development. They taught her the names of plants not as lessons, but as introductions to friends, watching as she seemed to understand their needs through some deeper intuition than words could convey. When she touched the frost-damaged tips of their young willow tree and hummed a note too low for performance, they didn't try to explain what happened when the damaged areas began showing new, green growth within days. "We will not turn her into a story," Eleanor said one evening, as they watched Lucy toddle through the garden, her small hands trailing along plant stems with the reverent attention of someone greeting beloved companions. "We will let her be a child first, always. Her gift can ask us who it wants to be." The community embraced Lucy with the same organic acceptance they had shown for all the gentle healers who found their way to Millbrook. Tommy, now 12 and full of recovered laughter, appointed himself her unofficial guardian, teaching her the names of butterflies and the secret paths through the dream garden. Mrs. Patterson, her words now mostly gone but her heart still full of wordless melodies, would sit with Lucy in comfortable silence, their breathing finding a shared rhythm that needed no explanation. On Lucy's first birthday, they gathered in the dream garden with simple celebration, Henrik's special clock chiming a note it had never made before, Iris presenting a mobile of painted leaves that moved only when breath asked them to dance, miss, Thorn offering a lullaby written on air itself. The dark knows how to love you. As evening settled around their small celebration, Lucy fell asleep in Clarence's arms, her breath writing soft notes against his chest. He opened the green notebook and wrote by lamplight, "She reminds us that tending is not fixing, but loving long enough for roots to choose their own direction. Her light isn't for show, it's for growing." Beside his words, Eleanor added, "To witness a child discover their own unique magic is to remember that healing flows in more forms than we ever imagined. Some gifts speak directly to life itself, offering not intervention, but invitation.
the chance for everything around them to remember their own capacity for flourishing. As the town settled into its evening rhythm, Clarence understood that his gift was evolving again, growing from individual healing through community witness to something that would help shape the next generation's understanding of what it meant to tend the world with gentleness. Tomorrow would bring new opportunities to learn from Lucy's profound connection to the living world, new chances to understand that healing was not just about human hearts, but about the intricate web of life itself. But tonight belonged to the quiet recognition that some gifts, when nurtured with love and allowed to find their own expression, grew in directions too beautiful to predict. Lucy slept in the circle of everything that had once seemed impossible and now felt exactly like home, while outside their window the world continued its patient work of holding itself, breathing a little easier for the presence of one small person who had arrived, knowing that love and life were different expressions of the same endless song. Somewhere in the distance, Mrs. Patterson's wordless melodies continued to weave through the night air, and everything felt exactly as it should be, patient, purposeful, and full of quiet promise that the most profound lullabies were those that taught each generation how to listen to the whispers of the earth, trusting that even the smallest hands could carry the greatest magic when guided by love that asked nothing more than the chance to witness whatever beautiful truth wanted to unfold. The years that followed learned to move through their house the way light moves through leaves, patient, patterned, sometimes dappled with shadow, always changing. Lucy grew from a child who whispered to wilting plants into a young woman whose very presence seemed to remind the living world of its own capacity for flourishing, her gift deepening with each season like roots finding their way to water. Their marriage, like the dream garden itself, knew seasons of abundance and rest, moments when their individual rhythms harmonized perfectly, and others when they had to learn new steps in their shared dance. There was the autumn when Elena's routine checkup brought back echoes of old fears, not the return of illness, but the shadow it had left behind, the way trauma could resurface like morning mist, even in the clearest weather. Clarence found himself reaching for familiar melodies to ease her anxiety, but Elena's gentle hand on his wrist reminded him of the deeper lesson they had learned together. "You don't sing me away from this," she whispered, her voice carrying the hard-won wisdom of someone who had walked to the edge and found her way back. "You stay with me while I feel it." They walked the spiral path every morning during those difficult weeks, not seeking answers, but simply being present with what was, letting the patient earth hold their unspoken worries. Lucy, then 12, and beginning to understand that her parents carried their own tender places, would leave smooth stones warmed by afternoon sun on their bedside table, not trying to heal their fear, but offering the comfort of Earth's steady presence. As Lucy moved through her teenage years, her gift revealed itself in increasingly sophisticated ways. She developed what Elena called the listening touch, the ability to sense not just where living things hurt, but what they needed to remember their own wholeness. When the neighbor's elderly dog began struggling with arthritis, Lucy would sit with him in their garden, her hands resting gently on his graying muzzle, not forcing healing, but creating space where his body could remember comfort. When the community garden faced a season of blight, she walked among the struggling plants with patient attention, her presence somehow helping them find their resistance to disease. But with her gift came the inevitable struggles of any young person learning to navigate difference. There were afternoons when she would come home from school with shoulders tight, with the burden of being understood by so few, when the casual cruelty of peers who couldn't comprehend her quiet magic
left her questioning whether her gift was blessing or burden. "I just want to be normal sometimes," she confided one evening, curled between her parents on the porch swing, where so many important conversations had found their way toward understanding. "To not feel what every living thing around me is carrying." Clarence thought of his own journey toward accepting his gift, the years of learning to be a shoreline rather than a sponge. "Normal is a setting on washing machines," he said gently, earning a small smile. "You were born with a particular way of listening to the world. The question isn't whether to use it, but how to use it without losing yourself." Elena reached into her bag and produced a small painted card, Iris's work, colors that seemed to breathe with permission for complexity. "This is the shade for when gifts feel heavy," she said, placing it in Lucy's palm, "for remembering that you don't have to heal everything you can sense. Sometimes the greatest healing is knowing when not to heal." Their work continued to evolve, shaped now by Lucy's growing understanding of her own calling. She began joining them on consultations, not as an apprentice, but as someone whose gift complemented theirs in ways that revealed new possibilities for healing. In a mining town in Colorado, where decades of extraction had left both land and communities scarred, Lucy's simple act of planting wildflower seeds with local children became the catalyst for a larger restoration project that wove together ecological and emotional healing. "She teaches by doing," Elena observed as they drove home through mountains painted gold by autumn light. "Not by explaining what's possible, but by showing what's already happening when we pay attention." The community of gentle healers that gathered around their kitchen table on Wednesday evenings began to include younger voices, teenagers who had learned from Lucy that healing could flow through many different channels, that the same principles that applied to human hearts could extend to the living world itself. Tommy, now in his early 20s and carrying joy like comfortable clothing, started a Saturday circle where children learn to listen to plants the way you listen to people you love, without interrupting, without trying to fix, simply witnessing what wanted to be heard. It was during one of these expanded Wednesday gatherings that Dr. Chen returned with colleagues who had been observing from a respectful distance, understanding that some wisdom needed time to ripen before it could be shared more broadly. "We've learned a lot from you," she said, her eyes moving not just to Clarence and Eleanor, but to the wider circle, the healers, the teenagers, the elders whose presence kept their work honest. "Now we'd like to help you teach." The request arrived without surprise, the way recognition comes when you've been moving towards something without realizing it. Clarence looked around the room at Lena, whose journey through profound sorrow had become a steadiness others could rest against, at Henrik, whose understanding of time had taught them all about patience, at Iris, whose colors gave permission for feelings to exist without explanation, at Lucy, who was showing a new generation that healing extended beyond human hearts to encompass the intricate web of life itself. "Not a program," Elena said thoughtfully, her nurse's wisdom understanding the difference between systems that served and systems that constrained, but a way of being. How to ask 3 questions before giving 1 answer, how to ring a bell without hurrying time, how to know when to step forward and when to sit 3 feet away in silence until someone says, "Stay." As evening settled around their gathering, Clarence felt something complete itself in his chest, not ending but deepening, the recognition that their small experiments in gentleness had grown into something others were hungry for. Their gift was no longer just about individual healing or even community witness, but about nurturing an approach to life that honored the profound connections between all forms of healing. That night, he opened the green notebook to a fresh page and wrote with letters steadier than evening wind, "We have come to the season where our love is less about beginning and more about tending." The hardest days taught us how to hold the line between witness and rescue, between presence and possession. Our daughter grows toward her own horizon with pockets full of Earth's wisdom and bells that chime with her own unique magic. The garden teaches that letting go is a kind of watering, that the deepest gifts are those we plant for others to harvest. Outside, the willow they had planted on their wedding day traced the last light across the grass, its roots deep enough now to weather any storm, its branches flexible enough to dance with whatever wind might come. Lucy's laughter drifted from her room where she was video calling friends, the sound catching on the apple tree's patient branches like music the night had been waiting to hear. Tomorrow would bring new opportunities to share what they had learned, new chances to help other communities discover their own capacity for collective healing. But tonight belonged to the quiet recognition that some gifts, when planted in love's patient soil and tended with shared devotion, grew in directions too beautiful to predict, creating harvests that could nourish not just those who planted them, but countless others still learning to trust in the possibility of healing that happened through presence, patience, and the radical act of witnessing each other's truth with unwavering tenderness. Somewhere in the distance, Mrs. Patterson's wordless melodies continued to weave through the night air, and everything felt exactly as it should be, patient, purposeful, and full of quiet promise that the most profound lullabies were those that taught entire communities how to sing together, creating harmonies that could carry even the deepest sorrows towards something that felt not just like healing, but like home. The years that followed learned to move through their lives like morning light through leaves, patient, patterned, sometimes dappled with shadow, always changing with the seasons. At 73, Clarence carried himself with the unhurried grace of someone who had learned that the deepest gifts revealed themselves not in rushing, but in the quality of attention brought to each moment. His hair had gone silver like moonlight on water, and his hands bore the honorable marks of a lifetime spent tending growing things, but his eyes still held the gentle clarity that had always drawn troubled hearts toward rest. Eleanor, at 71, moved through their shared spaces with the particular luminescence of someone who had walked to the edge and chosen to return, her presence somehow both more grounded and more radiant than ever. Her work with families navigating final passages had evolved into something that felt less like profession and more like sacred calling, each session a quiet masterpiece of presence and permission. The dream garden had grown into something larger than any of them had imagined, not just a space for healing, but a living testament to the truth that some gifts, when planted in community soil and tended with collective love, grew in directions too beautiful to predict. The willow they had planted on their wedding day now stood as a guardian that sifted afternoon light into ribbons of green, its roots deep enough to weather any storm, its branches flexible enough to dance with whatever wind might come. Lucy, now 35 and carrying her own child, had grown into her gift with the natural authority of water finding its course. Her work had evolved beyond simple healing touch to what she called ecological empathy, helping communities understand that the health of the earth was inseparable from the health of its people. She traveled to wounded places not as a healer of humans, but as someone who helped both land and people remember their interconnected capacity for flourishing. It was Lucy who first noticed the subtle changes in her father's rhythm, not illness exactly, but a gentle shifting, like Henrik's clocks learning to keep different time. His lullabies still carried their power to soothe restless hearts, but they had acquired a quality that was harder to name
something that tasted of distant shores and patient farewells. "You're preparing for something," she said one afternoon as they walked the spiral path together, her hand resting on the curve of her belly where new life was learning to trust its own becoming. "I can feel it in the way the plants lean toward you now, like they're trying to memorize your presence." Clarence paused beside the memorial stone, where so many sorrows had been transformed into nourishment for new growth. The recognition had been building for months, subtle as morning mist, but persistent. "I think I'm learning to let go," he said, his voice carrying the quiet wonder of someone discovering a truth that had been waiting patiently to be recognized. Not of life, not of love, but of the need to be necessary. The garden doesn't need me to grow. The community doesn't need me to hold it together. Elena noticed, too, her nurse's intuition sensitive to the subtle alterations in how her husband moved through their shared days. There was no sadness in it, no sense of withdrawal, but rather a quality of spaciousness that spoke of someone learning to hold life more lightly, to offer his gifts without grasping at outcomes. The transition revealed itself gradually, the way all meaningful changes happened in Millbrook. The community sensed the shift without needing explanation, responding with the organic grace that marked all their shared endeavors. Henrik brought a special clock, whose hands moved with the imperceptible patience of seasons changing. Iris painted canvases in colors that gave permission for endings to be beautiful, the soft gold of autumn light, the deep blue of evening sky. Miss Thorne contributed a final gift from her invisible library, the understanding that some tales were meant to be lived rather than read, experienced rather than explained. On a Tuesday evening in late autumn, as the first stars began their patient vigil, Clarence sat in the Dream Garden's center, where the memorial stone held the weight of so many transformed sorrows. The community gathered without being summoned, arriving with the organic timing of people responding to something they felt but couldn't name. Mira, now ancient but still carrying the distant thunder promise of shelter, touched the willow's trunk the way she had once touched a swaddled forehead in an impossible grove. "Delivered," she murmured, not to the past, but to the present, as if the jasmine were blooming here in the sun. Elena took his hand with the natural ease of decades spent learning to love without trying to control outcomes. Lucy settled beside them, her unborn child stirring with the particular restlessness that comes when new life senses important transitions. Tommy arrived with his own children, their laughter still carrying echoes of ice cubes in summer glasses. Even Lena came, her journey through profound sorrow having become a steadiness others could rest against. "I can hear them," Clarence said softly, his voice carrying wonder rather than fear. "All the lullabies I ever sang. They're finding their way back to the people who need them most. Mrs. Patterson's grandchildren, singing wordless melodies to their own babies, Tommy humming comfort to his students, Lucy's patience, remembering that healing has a sound. Together they hummed the wordless melody that had become Millbrook's signature, not loud enough to disturb the evening's peace, but present enough to remind the listening darkness that love had found a way to make itself audible. The sounds seemed to rise from the earth itself, carried by wind through leaves that rustled with their own gentle percussion. When the melody finally faded into comfortable silence, Clarence felt something complete itself in his chest, not ending, but arriving, the recognition that his gift had found its deepest expression not in any individual healing, but in the creation of a community that knew how to tend its own capacity for gentleness. He placed the green notebook on the memorial stone, removing the sprig of rosemary that held his place and tucking it into the notch where many other sprigs had been tucked before. Then he wrote, not to instruct, but to bless. If you are tired, sit. If you can't sit, lean. If you can't lean, look at something that remembers how to live and let it carry you a minute. Build your rituals before you need them. Share your tools before you finish polishing them. Ask 3 breaths worth of questions for every answer you want to give. When you don't know the song, hum the feeling. When you can't fix it, stay. When you can't, stay. Leave a note that says, "Here you are." That night, as Millbrook settled into its familiar rhythm of porch lights and gentle conversations, Clarence lay down on the quilt that smelled faintly of sun and lavender. The night leaned in, interested but not insistent, the way good listeners lean in when the end of a story is near. He closed his eyes and hummed not a lullaby, but a thank you, 3 notes long and older than he was, and felt himself becoming the room he was humming in, becoming the house that held the room, becoming the town that held the house, becoming the sky that held the town. In the morning, Eleanor sat on the edge of the bed and pressed her forehead to his, then rested her hand on his chest, which was full of music despite the quiet. Lucy opened a window, and the sound of wind chimes mixed with the small, brave noises the world makes when it intends to keep going. The community placed a small plaque on the bench beneath the apple tree. It said, very simply, "Here you are." Elena continued the work with the bone-deep wisdom of those who understand that love chooses its continuances. Lucy tended both garden and the larger web of life with patient devotion. The town kept singing in the key he had taught it by example, a gentle hum that reminded everyone that healing was always possible, that witness was more powerful than intervention, that the deepest lullabies were those that taught entire communities how to hold each other with unwavering tenderness. And somewhere, in the space between breath and the stars, he's still there, humming to the dark, so it remembers its sweetness, a steady porch light at the edge of the garden, making room for anyone who arrives to rest a while and hear the old whisper again. Here you are, exactly when you were meant to arrive, held by love that knows how to transform even the deepest sorrows into soil for new growth. Thanks for spending this time with us. Sleep well. Everything's gonna be okay, man.